Good morning, everyone. Meteorologist Adam Sherwinski out there. Now, we're going to really start talking about some severe weather. We already have a severe thunderstorm watch for much of our viewing area going into the early morning hours. So if you have any concerns, go ahead and drop them off in the chat. We'll take a look at them as we go along. But I want to show real quick, Springfield right now under a severe thunderstorm warning. And that storm has been giving quite the wind gusts at times. But yeah, it's been a lot of lightning with this thunderstorm. I'm going to pull up radar here in just a second. And what you'll notice is that with radar, there's been a lot of thunderstorms this morning, staying mostly sub-severe. However, a lot of those thunderstorms are going to be kind of elevated in nature, so just keep that in mind. We're not going to stay too long. We have the 9 o'clock hour of the morning show. I'll have more details on that, and if things change, we'll let you know. But there's two areas we're kind of watching right now locally, and you'll notice that that's over by just south of Decatur, out towards Springfield. Those are spots we're watching right now, so just keep that in mind. Again, let us know what you're seeing right now if you're out in those areas. That'll help a lot. So again, a little bit more calm, toned down than what we usually have. When we have more of those tornado warnings, we kind of get a little bit more energized, but we're keeping an eye on this. We have kind of two areas of concern, two warnings, kind of two separate warnings that you might want to take a look at. I'm going to look at chat real quick and make sure that everyone can see what's going on. Perfect. Cool. No sound, no sound. Oh, got it now. Perfect. Okay. Alrighty. Good morning, guys. Thanks for joining us. I usually don't go on the stream solo very often. It doesn't happen this often in the morning. We have about 12 minutes before the morning show on Channel 3. At that point, I'll wrap up and then go live on air and then come back if need be, if we have severe weather coverage. Obviously, if we have to cut in for tornado warnings, hopefully we don't, knock on wood. But again, that's just what we're going to kind of keep going from there. So if you're in the Macon County area, if you're closer to Taylorville, maybe Auburn, out towards Springfield, let us know what's going on. That helps us out quite a bit. Make sure people can still hear me. Can people hear me? I can see that I'm on there, but just want to make sure. I'm showing on my end I've got sound. All right. So there's two severe thunderstorm warnings, one that does include Springfield, one that does include part of Decatur. You can't really see your cities right there. I'm going to pull it out a little bit, but you can see it right towards Springfield. You probably already noticed the thunder and lightning there in Springfield for this morning. Some of those storms, really a lot of lightning with it. Haven't seen any hail yet. If you have any reports, please drop them off in chat. That'll really help us out. But also keep in mind that it's early in the morning. This is not the first and only round. This is going to be one of the first and multiple rounds possible for today. So two opportunities, two spots we're watching out for, right there between Auburn and Springfield. That kind of cell has moved northward, and a lot of this is staying elevated. That's why we're watching more of the hail and a little bit of the damaging wind concerns. Very garden variety severe thunderstorm warnings, but still something we want to keep an eye out for. Just near Taylorville, not too far from Taylorville, between Taylorville and Pana, right there in Christian County. We're watching that as it goes closer towards Moweaqua and Decatur eventually. So keep that in mind. Again, any reports that you have, please feel free to drop them below. We won't stay for too long, only because we have the 9 o'clock hour of the morning show, but I wanted to give folks an update. If you were in Macon County, probably heard maybe your weather alarms go off, your phone may have said something, like the app might have said something. Same for Springfield too. And right there for the kind of alerts, I'm going to pull it in a little bit more so you see why we have those severe thunderstorm warnings. And that's mainly because in Sangamon County, Morgan County, that is because we have 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, the threshold for severe thunderstorm warnings, 1.25 inches in diameter for hail size over out towards Macon County, Christian County. That's because we have in the Shelby County area, 60, 1-inch hail, very garden variety, but again, they have the warnings out there. So just so folks know, this is not the main show for the day. This is kind of our precursor to more storms. Out to the west, we actually have thunderstorms that I really need to keep an eye out for because that's had tornado warnings along it all morning long. And there it is, just outside of our viewing area. That's the one we're watching for as it crosses the river. Not in our viewing area. This is not our viewing area. I want to stress that, but this is going to include places like Pike County, all the way out towards Adams County in Illinois and into parts of Missouri too. This is from the National Weather Service office there in St. Louis, so just keep that in mind. For folks joining us, thank you so much. I'm just going to read through some chats real quick, and I'll go from there. Okay, somebody said that we have a hail already there, actually. And again, if we get quiet, that's just because I'm reading some chat, but I'm going to switch over the radar real quick and flip it back to us. I know that's just outside of our viewing area, not terribly far though. I mean, Miradoja is right down the road from where those warnings are right now. And again, this is probably our first round. We'll probably have to cut in maybe at some point during the 9. I'll let everyone else know. But those are the 2 spots we're watching out there. Springfield, Taylorville, and to Decatur right now. Severe thunderstorm warnings. The primary threat being hail. About 1.25 inches in diameter for Springfield, Sangamon County, and out towards Taylorville, about 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts too with these thunderstorms. Kind of beefy in nature. There is some instability out there for this morning. Some folks are saying there's lots of thunder. That I have seen as well. But I'm going to throw back up radar on its own, and what you'll see is that that's the area we're kind of watching for right now. This is kind of the cells that have been popping up all morning and moving around. So keeping an eye on this. If you have any more questions, I'm going to look through chat some more and see if anyone else has more details they want to go through. Hale and Girard. Okay. Morrisonville, Charleston. So Charleston, I-57 corridor eastward. Not seeing any thunderstorms right now. That could change later for today. So keep that in mind. Hold on one second, folks. I'm going to switch over our sound. Make sure it's off. That was programming. Getting ready for the 9 o'clock hour of the morning show. We'll have plenty of details there and the full forecast too. Loud thunder, says Samantha. In East Springfield, heavy rain. Yeah, a lot of folks are asking east of 57. This is mostly west of 57 right now, so keep that in mind. Decatur, part of Decatur, the southwest side of town, that's where you're seeing that severe thunderstorm warning. So if I zoom it in real quick, I'm going to switch sides real quick. There we go. Closer to the southwest side, you're under the warning. No storms just yet, but they're not far down the road. And you can see that there's some pretty heavy precipitation there. I'm going to bring up me again real quick with the radar to kind of explain. And there, Taylorville, Locust, Vanderbilt, that's probably where you're seeing these little pink spots. Probably where you're going to see some hail too. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 1-inch hail. That's the threshold for severe thunderstorm warning, so it meets that criteria. But it's probably not the strongest storm in, the entire Midwest right now. Just something to keep in mind. But it's already been a busy morning in the weather office. We had that moderate risk update too as well for severe weather. And the weather team is going to be already, it's going to be a long day if I'm already up talking on the stream about it. So Bloomington, somebody asked me about Bloomington. A little too hard to know. I think we're going to get some rain in Bloomington soon. Thunder in Mattoon. Okay. A lot of folks asking east of 57, so just keep that in mind. We're not there yet. Again, you can kind of see where the map, where things are. Taylorville to Pana, right between that spot. That's where you're going to see a lot of it right there. And then just along Springfield, the map will show it, right around town, right around the 55 to 72 interchange. Just keep that in mind. That's kind of where we're seeing a lot of the activity. Most likely downtown. So I'm going to pull up our live camera real quick and see if we can show what's going on downtown right now. Reminder, channel 3, 9 o'clock, we're going to have the morning show continuing on. So I might have to cut out the live stream just for a little bit. Actually, I'll probably go on mute and just leave the radar up and then have to cut in when we need to. So you might not hear my microphone. That's okay. Don't get too concerned. Live look outside at Springfield. Not super windy, breezy, and definitely raining for sure. Wet roadways out there. People are asking about St. Louis. Pretty soon they're going to have some thunderstorms coming through. Okay, a lot of people are worried about what afternoon stuff. Right now, this morning, we're more worried about the wind threat and maybe embedded tornado risk, which doesn't mean we couldn't see a tornado or two with this line just to the west of Springfield, even the west of Miradoja, on the other side of the Illinois River, between the Illinois River and Mississippi River. So keep that in mind. Jacksonville, Springfield. So we've already got storms in Springfield right now, and people are asking if it's going to be hitting Jacksonville. They're going to the north and east, so they're moving away, but we've got more storms coming that direction. Getting dark in Champaign, that's to be expected. We're going to pull up radar again real quick. I appreciate the chat, by the way. Thank you so much that you guys are engaged this early in the morning. I know a lot of folks are probably getting ready for work or heading to work or at work already and want to keep things. Yeah, I'm not zooming out the camera. That's just us getting ready for the 9 o'clock hour of the morning show. So again, you kind of see right now we've got these two spots I've been talking about. That's why we started the stream, so people had questions. We can get some of those answered. through the stream. And again, we probably won't get through all of them. You can get more of your questions answered during the 9 o'clock hour of the morning show coming up in really, well, 3 minutes, maybe a little more than that. We're also watching this line right here crossing the Mississippi River going towards Newburgh between Quincy and Jacksonville. Those storms we're going to keep an eye on for too as well. All morning they've had tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings on it, and really it's a huge wind threat. Even though it might have a little bit of rotation on it, I think it's just the straight line winds are going to be a huge concern with those as we get towards Springfield and towards maybe Decatur too. We'll have to see how that plays out. And plus, with an outflow boundary this afternoon, we start to re-rack and start to re-watch these storms going forward in time. Just reading some of your guys' quotes real quick. Like I said, we're getting ready for the 9 o'clock hour of the morning show, so I might mute my mic. I might not be able to answer your questions, but I am going to leave the radar up so that way you can still see what's going on, and we'll chime in if we need to. Walking in the door right now, we've got meteorologist Seth Bonhoff. He has had quite the weekend. Just forecasting for this, he's shaking his head yes, and poor Seth had to come in early this morning. Didn't really have to, but Mother Nature kind of said, hey, why don't you go?
Yeah, it's our duty.
It's our duty. Got some new severe thunderstorm warnings just ahead of that line, not within our viewing area, just to the south of Jacksonville and to the west of Jacksonville too. I think the National Weather Service in Lincoln is trying to pick up on this storm before they switch over from what's going on in St. Louis too. So these storms kind of picked up. I mean, I don't know if you saw the video of what we showed a little bit ago of what was going on out towards Springfield, but quite intense. Seth isn't chiming in just yet, only because he's got to get ready to rock and roll. So just keep that in mind. I'm going to pull up that camera again for Springfield because I'm going to use it for the beginning of my show to talk about what's happening right now. A busy morning. Woo, lots of rainfall there in Springfield. That's a little hard to see out there. Yeah, probably some garden variety thunderstorms out to the south, but our main focus is to the west of 57 right now with these thunderstorms between Decatur and Springfield, Sangamon County, so keep that in mind. I'm reading through some of these quotes right now. Macomb, yep, severe thunderstorm warning. That's about right.
What I'll probably do here for you, Adam, when your show starts, I'll probably switch things around to where people will see anytime you're talking, and I'll just show my radar anytime that you're not.
Okay.
Would that work for you?
That'll work for me.
Cool.
You want to keep the stream up then through?
Yes,
cool.
We can keep it up, and we'll just...
I'm going to, for the beginning of the show, I'm going to switch it over to just radar, and then you go from there.
Okay, sounds good.
I'll let you play with it.
Works for me. I'll probably switch you over to production switcher right when the show starts.
Yep, that sounds great. Because I'm off the top too, obviously. So, all right, guys, I'm going to pull up the radar for the last couple of seconds. I'm going to switch off my microphone real quick, if you could, Seth, and we'll go from there. Actually, we're going to put it on mute, and then I'll let him kind of take over. All right, thanks, guys. See you at 9.
Arizona's most accurate forecast with meteorologist Adam Sharinsky.
Here's an update what's happening right now. Remember, we're streaming right now. You probably see the radar. You might see Seth here in just a second, too. We're watching this line of storms now coming in. Yes, we have the severe thunderstorm warning still for Sangamon County, also into Macon County, too. That's still starting to fall apart a little bit, too. A little bit more elevated thunderstorms. This one out to the west, though, already kicking up a boundary, an outflow boundary, too, kicking up some reflectivity on radar. This one has had a tornado warning on it since it was on the other side of the Mississippi River. We're hoping that it stays below that mark, but some strong wind gusts with that too. We'll show that later on, but this has been quite the storm. Overall, this has just been quite the setup for it today. Out west, they still have some flash flooding to contend with out there left over from these storms. So the tornado risk is still there for today. This morning, we could see a couple embedded rotations too. That's why we're still keeping an eye on everything across the area. The medium risk primarily to the southwest portions of our viewing area, closer towards St. Louis. However, we're still in enhanced risk for a severe storms area, or a good chunk of the area. Golf ball to 78 mile per hour wind, golf ball hail, 79 mile an hour wind gust. Say that 5 times fast. Still conditional threat, even though we've seen that moderate risk jump up. This is the update since 6 a.m. We've got that enhanced risk level 4 for severe storms, or level 3 for severe storms, level 4 for the area in red. And that is for just a sliver of our viewing area. But again, it's still a good portion from Springfield to Effingham, south and westward towards St. Louis. And primarily it's for the tornado threat. We have an outflow boundary expected. That's going to be a real big hazard in producing more thunderstorms. That's why the tornado threat is at an 8. The rest of the area in an orange there, that's going to be at a 7. 5 for the areas in yellow, so it decreases as you go to the north and east. To the southwest, intensity picks up yet again. That's kind of the same area we're watching for storms right now. Large hail risk of concern with any of these thunderstorms that move through here, and the wind gusts are going to be an issue as well. Even with these morning storms, we're watching that line that's just outside of our viewing area. That one could be really big on producing wind gusts. Now, models have been kind of okay with this. At least it's showing that we have a line of storms for lunchtime, but again, that could zap a lot of that instability down to the south, still contending though with more severe weather. Here's a different version of future track at 11:30, showing that we've got showers and storms still with us. And again, this would be the area to watch for that severe weather. Kind of keeps things more linear by 5:30, almost like we're seeing a train of thunderstorms. That's a little bit different. And the instability is still with us. However, this update has shown a lot of it staying south of 70 towards St. Louis southward, but you don't have to have the most huge amounts of instability to get severe weather. Keep that in mind. We see that early in the season, but at least it's still suppressing a lot of it more northward. That gives me more hope as we go further north. What a dynamic system, though. Very strong low pressure system, and we're just caught by that cold front on the end of it. That's what's propping a lot of this up. Strong winds, even outside of thunderstorms for today, they become more northerly and cool things down and calm things down as we head into tonight. Let's take a quick look at that 7-day forecast. Showers and storms for tonight, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, looking a little bit better across the region, so keep that. And well, I kind of skipped Monday real quick, didn't I?
Oh, that's all right.
Keep up to date on, we're streaming right now on Facebook, but keep up to date on social media. That's where we're going to be pretty much for the rest of this day.
They're streaming before the show even started. Busy
streaming now.
Morning already. Streaming now, that's why they can't hear you.
Yeah.
Just because he's obviously here.
Got to cut back and forth. Yep.
Stuff, yeah. But thank you guys for your weather coverage, that's for sure. This past Friday, actually, U of I staff and community members celebrated Arbor Day in their living classroom. That also included being recognized for major achievement. The U of I Arboretum in Urbana was accredited as an official arboretum. This honor reflecting years of care, planning,
Okay, so far this morning, you guys have been hearing from meteorologist Adam Sherwinski. I'm going to do my best here in these little 2 to 3 minute increments between segments on the live 9 a.m. show to kind of just bring you guys some updates. So we've got about 2 minutes to bring you up to speed here. Lots of warnings across the area. As we can see, some large severe thunderstorm warning boxes. These are warned for up to 70-mile-an-hour gusts. Also, that little thin black outline around the box indicates that there is a tornado possible tag within this. So let's dive under the hood here and look at your velocity product just to see where some of those strongest winds are at. We'll let that load up here real quick. See lots of bright colors. We're pretty high up in the atmosphere as we look from the Lincoln radar. If we kind of move enough and switch to the St. Louis radar, sort of the same situation. So we're not getting the best view of the surface, but you see these kind of, whether they be bright pinks or bright greens, they're bright colors in general. So there's some strong wind energy aloft. And we're also just watching for areas of rotation, kind of where some of these greens and reds contrast and collide a little bit. So that's why they have that tornado possible tag in the event that something continues to spin up here as it advances to the east. So just a heads up for places like Morgan County up there into Cass County as this action is moving your direction soon. At the very least, some strong wind activity. You can also see some very heavy rain. And another thing I want to bring up real quick, look at all the lightning. The lightning is so dense you can't even see the actual storm underneath all the lightning icons. So just an electric storm and a very active one here into the morning hours. And it looks like, not sure if they trimmed. Not sure if they trimmed a tornado warning or perhaps extended one just south of us. So they've trimmed that one down. Again, we're in between segments here in the live 9 a.m. show, and it sounds like they're getting ready to hop on here real quick, but just wanted to provide that short little update while I had time. We'll probably let the mics go dark here a little bit, and we'll have another update once we enter a commercial break.
Thank you, Zach.
Okay, folks, we're going to continue our severe weather coverage here. I am off in a different room aside from the main studio. That's Adam and Mitchell are doing the 9 a.m. show in. I've got my radar here connected from another device here on the side. So we're just going to walk through what we're seeing here with some of the active severe weather in the area. That way we can keep providing you updates at the same time that Adam and Mitchell are able to do their morning show without any sort of interruption there in the background for me. So I'll be driving here for you for the next about 30 minutes or so. So here's a look across the entire state. I'm going to zoom things out for you. My radar's got a lot more on it than what the one on the software we use would have. Don't necessarily mean that in a good way. We've got watches overlaid, we've got lots of lightning bolts, but we will kind of roll with what we have here. So here's a look across the area. A lot of us just kind of seeing some general thunderstorm activity, whether you talk about Champaign, down there closer to Effingham, Mattoon, and Charleston. But we're kind of watching this main line out here to the west that is now starting to move into parts of Cass and Morgan counties. Also, severe thunderstorm warning out there that is technically still including the Springfield area. That actual storm has kind of outrun that particular area of the warning. So we're just kind of looking at Springfield right here. Obviously, that storm has advanced off to your north and east. So despite the fact that you have that warning, that storm has advanced on over. And one thing that's really neat to be able to do with this particular radar that I have here on a separate device is we can show the reflectivity, which is what you normally see on radar with all the greens, the yellows, and the reds. And we're also able to show you velocity here on the right side, so we can kind of see the same storm from two different radar product views at once. I'm not too concerned about this severe thunderstorm warning out there into parts of Sangamon, Logan, Macon County. It's got some obvious lightning to it. It's got some strong winds pocketed here and there. It doesn't look like anything too out of control. If we click on the warning here, it's warned for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and maybe up to 1-inch hail. So pretty standard severe weather stuff. Nothing too out of control as far as that goes. So we'll kind of focus our attention on the stuff happening out here to the west. If you're out there in a place like Jacksonville, New Berlin, up there into maybe Virginia or so, way out here on the western edge of our area, that is where the action is continuing so far. And that is where we will kind of keep our coverage up here. So as you can see here on the left side of the screen, let me get my, I guess, can you guys see my mouse cursor? I'm not sure if you can. It's really microscopic either way. So here on this side of the screen, we're watching this line here. I guess it circles on both sides. That's okay. On the left side here, you can see that line moving on in, all the heavy rain, and just look at all the lightning bolts associated with it too. There is some heavy rain within that, but also on the right half of the screen, you can see some very bright greens, some very bright blues as well. That is that kind of strong winds starting to make their way down to the surface or attempting to make their way down to the surface. Our radar beam is looking so far up in these storms to where it's not a super accurate representation of what's happening at the surface, but you got to have strong winds somewhere aloft in order to have strong winds down at the surface. So that's why we've got all these bright green colors here on the right side of the screen to indicate that here with our velocity. Let's simplify the view a little bit. Let's just go to our single radar view here. And if you're anywhere in these areas, like I said, Cass, Morgan County, that's where things are at right now. Be prepared to just kind of hunker down for some strong gusts, maybe up to 65 or 70 miles an hour. These warnings are out there for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And it does still have that tornado possible tag on it. I'm not sure if some of you guys remember that from about 10 or 15 minutes ago when we brought it up. But let's switch things over to our velocity here just to get you a better look at what we're talking about. There's some strong winds in here. I don't see anything that is indicating any obvious area of rotation here. It's just kind of lots of these pockets of strong winds and nothing really kind of crashing together, running together that would suggest there is some sort of rotation within these. If there's anything happening at all, it's maybe kind of in this little mess, but even that isn't much of a slam dunk as far as any sort of concerning rotation. If we flip things over to our St. Louis radar, it will kind of give us a similar view here. And they're about equidistant right now, the Lincoln radar and the St. Louis radar is from these storms. And it's kind of showing the same thing as the storm is moving on through. So again, we're just kind of watching that little spot south and west of Morgan County here to see if there's anything happening. But the current thought is it's just a lot of strong gusts tied within this system right now. Not necessarily anything rotating or anything too concerning at the surface level as far as that is concerned. So it is 9:30 12:39 a.m. here across central Illinois, and we're dealing with round one today. This is what that is going to be labeled as. We talked about the idea that there could be some of this morning activity, and it is looking fairly widespread in nature, so much to the point where they've actually issued a severe thunderstorm watch across, I think that includes pretty much the entire area. I believe that leaves out Livingston, Ford, and Iroquois counties. So we've got that in effect until 4 p.m. I believe that's right. Yes, 4 p.m. this afternoon. That is to probably also encompass the threat for some storms later in the day as well, but this watch will be with us here for a little while. And we'll have to watch out for some of these storms moving in. The general thought is, yes, there is obviously some severe weather associated with this early round. It's expected to be mainly strong wind gusts. It's expected to be mainly kind of that 1-inch hail here in this first round, because the atmosphere is not exactly primed for anything super strong just yet. And it's kind of a good thing that we're seeing this much activity already, because that means the atmosphere is being used up. Some of the best fuel is already getting taken up and reserved for this current round. And that means later in the day, there's going to be some spots that aren't able to fully recover. Now, I say some spots because that's the key in all this. By the time all of this moves on out, there's going to be an area where things clear up a little bit. And we're kind of watching just in this general area here, mainly out there towards St. Louis, but this does include places like perhaps Springfield, perhaps Taylorville, Vandalia out that way. That'll kind of be where things clear up the soonest. And that could be where the highest instability values are going to be present later in the day. And that'll be where we need to watch out for continued activity there with that second round in the day. So I got a lot of people still asking about what we're looking at here into the afternoon. Yes, that zone I have circled there in the blue is the area to watch with the most interest. I'm not guaranteeing anything's going to happen there. I'm not guaranteeing nothing's going to happen outside of that blue box, but right there is where it looks like things are going to be primed at their best to provide that chance for some much stronger storms later into the afternoon. I'm only limited with so much tools I can show you here with my little makeshift setup I have out here in the other studio. So if you guys stick around here right around 10 a.m., we'll probably be able to show you just a little bit more in the way of what we're talking about here with this afternoon setup, maybe get you a future radar simulation going. But for now, we're keeping track of these storms, moving right through Jacksonville right now. Anyone tuning in from Jacksonville, probably going to be some pretty strong winds and just constant booming thunder in your ears. There might not be much break between one boom of thunder and the next boom of thunder, so be ready for that. Lots of just high-density lightning. I'll kind of circle some of these little faint white lightning bolts. There's just a lot of them packed into that main core of the storm. So we are going to be experiencing that. Also, the storm is warned for up to 70-mile-an-hour gusts, so it could be quite breezy. So again, Jacksonville out there into Virginia, Beardstown getting in on that action as well, eventually heading towards New Berlin and into parts of Menard and Sangamon County as well. We do have some stuff out ahead of that. That is not necessarily severe caliber storms. We're talking about here in places like Tallulah out there towards Ashland and currently in New Berlin. There's a little bit of that segment out in front of this that is hopefully kind of stealing some of the ingredients from that line behind it, but you might be feeling some of those storm impacts here already ahead of that main line. I'm going to flip things over to velocity again here real quick just to kind of illustrate what I'm talking about. So yeah, that front line, actually this is the perfect time to do this side-by-side panel so that way we can kind of line things up. So again, left side of the screen, we're going to have the classic reflectivity that you're used to on radar. Right side of the screen is going to show that velocity so we can kind of show things back to back. I'm going to highlight this front line ahead of that kind of stronger line of storms, and we'll see it circled there on the velocity side of things. Again, yes, there's some strong winds within that, but it's that it's kind of that line behind it that's really providing the most intense action right now. So that front line, yes, there could be some strong storm qualities to it, but it's this stuff right here. We'll circle it. It's this stuff behind that line that is causing the severe warnings to be in effect the way they are right now. So that is a problem right now for Murrayville, Jacksonville, Virginia, Chandlerville, places like that up and down that line. Okay, so that is what we are currently facing. Again, if you're tuning in from somewhere else in the area, wondering, what's going to happen here? I'm hearing thunder, I'm seeing rain in Decatur. There's nothing too imminent happening right there. Yes, it's storming, but this is pretty standard stuff out that way. Same situation as we head on into Mattoon, Charleston, Neoga, Effingham area. There's just some mild thunderstorm activity here across the area. Nothing too urgent on it. In fact, let's see if we can switch over. That Evansville radar usually gives us a better view of the I-70 area, and we'll hop in and show you the side-by-side panel of those storms so you can see the reflectivity and the velocity. As you can see on the right side of the screen, there's no bright colors. Things just look a little flatter. It's not quite as intense. So yes, it is storming out that way, but nothing really to get worked up over or worry about too badly out that direction. Looks like we dropped that warning out there across Springfield. That may be due to the fact that there could be a new one coming soon. Might be in between warnings right now, so we'll kind of keep our eyes peeled on what is happening over here in the Springfield area. It looks like we got a new warning that is going to include parts of Macoupin County, so that is out there towards Carlinville and out there towards some other places in there, Girard, Palmyra, out in that way, Verdon, also part of that warning as well. So that is a new severe thunderstorm warning. That one is in effect until the next hour, so it looks like that one's going to be allowed to go until 10:45. I'm not sure. Let me double check here what the storm motion is, what the speed in which it's advancing east is. East at 40 miles an hour, so certainly not speedy by any means. And what I'll do, since I haven't done it yet, I'll put this radar on a bit of a loop so that way you can get a general sense of the direction that it's heading and kind of the speed that it's moving with. Kind of got that northeast-ish travel to it, except kind of this bottom core of the storm, a little bit more pure east movement on that. That's why that warning is drawn out the way it is, directly to the east of where it currently is. So general northeast movement on a lot of this stuff, but down here in this main core that is heading towards Macoupin County and parts of southern Morgan County is where that is more of an eastward moving storm. And that's why that warning is drawn up the way it is. And again, a lot of these warnings are for 70 mile an hour gusts. This one particular though, just 60 mile an hour gusts. But we're kind of just watching features. You know, we talk all the time about these bowing storms. Here's your main line here. I'm just going to kind of trace the front of it a little bit. Notice how that blue line that's tracing the front of that, it's kind of got that bowing shape to it. You got to watch out kind of in the center of these sort of structures for the strongest of winds, because that is exactly why things are bowing out a little bit. There's some stronger winds there in the center that are accelerating the middle of that storm farther than the north or south end of things. And that's why when we pop up our velocity picture, you see the brightest colors also there in the middle part of that storm. So strongest winds probably already pushed through Jacksonville, now starting to move into Franklin, soon New Berlin, Waverly, and out that direction. So that's what your velocity product looks like. The good news is I've not seen too much so far since we've been on this portion of the stream that suggests there's much rotation happening. But again, you just gotta kind of watch out for features like this where you can see the winds are contrasting in speed a little bit, because sometimes little spin ups can form from that. And we are going to have to watch out for that particular area. That's why some of these warnings have that tornado possible tag on them, is to watch out for just areas of interest, areas of rotation. The current warnings are in place, looks like, for the next 11 minutes. That one that encompasses all of Morgan and Cass County and parts of Menard and Sangamon County, that one is in effect for the next 11 minutes, so it will expire at 10 a.m. We'll see what kind of tags they put on it, as they, I'm sure, will advance the warning and continue one off to the east. Hopefully we'll be able to drop some tornado possible tags here at some point. But it looks like they even have it on that storm in Macoupin County as well. So we'll just have to watch out. Again, these linear storms can be a little tricky with sometimes rotation looks very bland, and then in 5 minutes later things can really tighten up and ramp up quickly. So that's why they've got those tags on it, in order to just kind of give people that heads up that although there's nothing to suggest that that there's going to be a tornado being produced anytime immediately, they kind of put that there just in case things ramp up like they know that it could. So that is what we're looking at here across the area. Again, this morning stuff is going to kind of sour things for a lot of us as we get later on into the day. And that is good news here for a lot of us. I cannot specifically say who in particular is for sure out of the woods with something like this. We'll just have to see how long this rain kind of hangs around, how long these storms hang around. But if we put it in motion here, again, this stuff is moving off there to the east, a little bit of a northern movement to it as well. What this stuff is eventually going to do is, as it continues to move off to the east here, what it will do is, yes, eventually it's going to get out of the area, but what it's also going to do is it's going to push out this boundary here. I'm just going to draw kind of a rough boundary here with this blue line. It's going to set something out. So all that cool air that the rain is producing, it's going to push out from underneath the storms, and it's going to collide with some warmer air down this direction. And what that'll do is serve as a bit of a front as we get later on into the day. So this boundary right here could potentially provide some lift. Some colder, denser air is going to lift up on that warmer air. And we're going to watch out for areas down that way, wherever that boundary sets up. This is just an arbitrary boundary that I drew for an example. But it's that kind of situation. Anywhere south of where that cool air is going to be in play for that second round, the round we're a little more worried about. We've talked a lot about the severe weather setup today. Yes, there is some severe weather right now. This is not the main event. This is not the potential main event. This is sort of the appetizer, let's call it. So wherever this stuff sets up that boundary, that is where we're going to watch for that main event. And we're talking about some pretty strong, potentially significant storms, gusts up to 80 miles an hour, potentially some strong tornadoes. But again, I don't want to spread any sort of fear out here because we don't know what's going to happen until all this morning stuff settles. Hopefully, if things go well, that boundary sets up south of our area and we don't have to worry about anything at all. But models continue to suggest that the southwestern corner of the area is going to at least have the chance to be in play for some of that really stronger stuff later on in the afternoon. So that's why it's just kind of an hour-by-hour situation, and we do our best to stay on top of these things and give you the best forecast here at the time. And things are still lining up according to the forecast that I remember giving out last night on TV. This stuff's moving on through. It's going to stabilize parts of the atmosphere, but it's going to also keep things primed in one particular area. We're kind of favoring south and west, closer to St. Louis, but they are, again, going to just depend on where all this morning stuff ends up. So if you're tuning in, kind of heard about the severe weather chance today, you're looking at this and you're thinking, this is it, this is nothing. You're right, this is nothing yet. There is some severe weather, but this is not the quote-unquote main event that we've been talking about here for the last several days. So I just want to put that out there. Yes, it is storming right now. Yes, there is some severe weather. This is really nothing to get too terribly worked up about here this morning, but there is still that potential for some rotation within this line of storms, particularly out here moving through Cass and Morgan County, now heading on into Sangamon and Menard County. There is that potential that things could start to spin up just a little bit. It's not a high threat, but it is a threat at all. It's, you know, even if it's a low percentage, there is still a % chance. So it's these kind of features, like I said, these strong winds, and kind of you see the difference in the colors, the difference in the speeds within that. That's kind of the area to look out for in case something does get spinning up. It would be somewhere in that general area. So we're keeping an eye on that for you. Again, kind of a two-part severe weather event today, round one here. Not going to bring too many heavy impacts, but obviously there's going to be some strong winds here with this, and people in Jacksonville, Beardstown, Virginia can probably attest to that already this morning. Probably got a pretty strong gust to move through, has gotten lots of rain as well, and plenty of thunder and lightning. Again, the lightning icons are just everywhere here on this storm. It was a very electric storm and probably constant booming thunder in your ear. Can probably hardly get a break in between bursts of thunder there, or a burst of lightning, I should say. So yes, that is what we're dealing with here right now, but it's still kind of setting the stage, setting the framework for later in the day. And we'll be able to, again, give you a little bit more info on what we're talking about for later in the day coming up here in just a little bit. If you're just now tuning in, kind of not familiar with the setup we have right now, the 9 a.m. show's going on. There's about 6 minutes left in that. I'm just in a studio on the side away from that main studio, so that way my voice isn't being picked up on TV when they don't want to hear it right now, but we can also provide that online coverage to those who are only able to catch the stream right now. So I'm only limited to this radar that I have. I can show you the current situation. I can show you the velocity as well, but I'm going to have to wait another 6 minutes here to be able to show you some future radar products, kind of show you where that greatest instability is going to be. And we'll be able to give you a better look at what we're kind of expecting here later in the afternoon in just about 5 minutes. If you can hold off on that, we'll get you that update here soon. In the meantime, it is now 9:54, so we're about 6 minutes away from kind of bringing things back to normal here in our main studio with our with our regular standard severe weather coverage. But in the meantime, we're keeping things right here and watching out for you from the side. So again, we've got what looks to be 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in the area. We've got this one in northwestern Macon, southeastern Logan, and parts of southwestern DeWitt County. This one warned for 60-mile-an-hour gusts and 1-inch hail. Again, that is standard baseline severe weather activity. And you can see some of the pinks within this reflectivity here of the radar. So there might be some small hill that has passed through Latham on its way to Maroa there and just outside Warrensburg as well. That is a very standard severe thunderstorm, though. Again, nothing too crazy happening within that. If we flip things over to velocity, we'll see some stronger winds in there, but nothing too terribly concerning. Also just a little bit of interference from some of the wind turbines in the area. But yeah, there's some strong winds. We'll continue to watch out to see if anything happens here within this storm, but at the moment, it doesn't look like anything too out of control is happening within that one. And then our other 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, which I guess now is 3, because it looks like from this point onward to the east, where you see the end of this yellow box, that's a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's check the details on that one. They just kind of continued it since the original one was supposed to expire at 10 o'clock. They are making sure that people downstream of that are prepared for what's to come. So still warned for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts as it advances east. I do not see a tornado possible tag on this one like we had in the previous warning. So that is obviously good news. They're kind of not as worried about the possibility of a spin up within it at the moment, but it still says 70-mile-an-hour gust. It still says damage threat level considerable. That's what 70-mile-an-hour gusts will do, is it'll add a considerable tag to the warning. So that does include the city of Springfield, Sherman, Williamsville, up there into Greenview as well, as we head on into Logan County, kind of the west side of that, right before Lincoln. So that's a new severe thunderstorm warning. That one is in effect until 10:30 a.m. So just hunker down, be ready for some strong wind gusts, and again, constant thunder and lightning. And we'll just kind of have to watch out to see, again, there's kind of been 2 different areas of storms. We've got this little cluster right here, and then we've got this line from where I'm drawing this blue line and off to the west. As these start to interact with each other, we'll kind of see if the wind patterns kind of are up to no good, so to speak. We'll kind of see how these mergers react, because sometimes, and hang on here, folks, it looks like I have lost my connection to the Apple TV device that I'm able to mirror my screen off of. So that might be all I can do for you here for the next 3 minutes. Again, very shortly we'll be switching things back over to the studio, but I was connected to an Apple TV device, just kind of streaming on a personal device while they're doing the 9 a.m. show. So unfortunately, it looks like the connection has been lost here. But again, we were about to wrap things up here in just a moment anyway and get over to the main studio. I can see they're doing the 7-day forecast in the 9 a.m. So good thing that just now happened, because we are going to be able to hop right over here in just a moment and get back to our normal studio presentation here of the stream. So bear with me here for a moment. The streaming computer is also there in the studio, so you're going to have to stare at the Apple TV settings here for just a moment while we get ready to make that transition. But they're wrapping up that 9 a.m. show. So here in just a moment, we'll be able to get the classic radar that you're used to seeing here on our streams back up, and we'll go from there. Okay, 9 a.m. show is wrapped up. I'm going to close up shop here, get that darn settings screen off for you, and we'll get back to our normal production. My microphone's going to stay on here for just a moment, so you might hear some doors opening and some shuffling of feet. Give us just one moment, and we'll get things back to normal here. Okay, yes, hello. Yes, I saw that. That happened about a minute before your show was over. My microphone is still on here. I just kind of told the folks, good thing that happened when it did, because I am just about to be back in the studio now, and we can keep our normal production there. So let me fire up my other radar, and... Okay, sounds good. There we go, folks. Now we got our regular radar screen back up. Again, I was streaming on a separate device there, which lost connection at the very last second, so apologies for that. But we are back in business here with our Max software that we use on television. And let's get back to it. Okay, so we are continuing to see several severe thunderstorm warnings here across the area. And one thing I want to point out, you can kind of see the difference in the colors of these boxes. For example, this box right here kind of has a darker black outline around it. And this one kind of has more of a reddish orangish tint to it on the outline. Anytime you see this reddish orange tint, that means the warning includes a tornado possible tag to it. Anytime you see this black outline, that either means 70-mile-an-hour winds or up to about 1.5 inches to 2-inch hail. Just kind of their way of differentiating between them. I don't expect you to remember that, but just kind of letting you know that there is a little bit of a difference there in those warnings sometimes. And that can be reflected in what exactly you should expect here with your particular warning. Again, this is a much better way of presenting the lightning than on the previous device. Look at how much lightning there is here all across the area. Just densely packed lightning here within some of these storms. And now that I have access to the sky cams again, how about we show you Springfield here. Once I get things lined up properly with that, we'll show you the Springfield sky cam as this line starts to move on in. Also some clutter out ahead of that line that is going to just kind of maybe hinder our view just a little bit of what's moving in. But let's get that set up for you here. We'll toss it into my software and let's boot up that camera. So we're looking mostly to the west, maybe a little bit to the south as well. And you can see kind of that dark shelf cloud pushing out there to the west as this storm approaches. That is an indicator of some stronger winds about to move through and take place here in just a short period of time. So we're going to keep an eye on Springfield and surrounding areas as that storm is moving on in. Let me see if I can tilt things up just a tiny bit here and get us a better view of that kind of shelf cloud feature there, that leading edge. So we'll, there we go, adjust it just like that, and you should be able to see that camera update here in just a moment. Also, I'm able to look at more of your comments right now. I was on just one of our pages. Now I can see everyone's page that we're streaming to. So if you've got a couple of questions about what's happening right now, be happy to answer them. And yeah, just let us know where you're watching from, and we will keep things up. Looks like there's a pretty good crowd here still in the stream as we continue things here this morning. We appreciate you tuning in. Again, if you are just now tuning in, this is round one of 2 rounds of storms later today. Some of us just end up with this first round. I think a lot of us end up with that second round to some capacity. The level of severity will be quite different for some compared to others, but this is kind of that round one, the appetizer, let's call it. This is not appearing to be anything too serious, but anytime you have as many severe thunderstorm warnings as what we currently do, it is something to take seriously. Don't want to downplay what's happening right now at all, but this is not the main event that we've been talking about here. So if you're quote unquote not impressed with what you've seen right now, again, this is just kind of that first stage of the day. So there's where that line is. Some nice booming thunder here from the studio as well, so don't want to leave Champaign out. It's not part of any big storms right now, but you're hearing thunder just about everywhere here, no matter where you're watching us from. But back to our storm, our line of storms over here, encompassing parts of Macoupin, Sangamon, Menard, eventually Logan County as well. We've got those warnings. Again, this top layer of warnings is out there for 70-mile-an-hour gusts. This bottom layer still has a tornado possible tag attached to it. That's why you see that orangish red outline. I'm going to move closer to the St. Louis radar and then turn on our velocity product just to kind of see what might be happening there with any sort of potential rotation within that Macoupin County portion of the storm. And again, things have just kind of looked a little rough through there. If there's going to be some rotation, it'll be in that particular segment of the storm, but nothing kind of ringing alarm bells here, just kind of some broad contrast there in the color. And as we move up to the north, there's some strong winds along that leading edge of those storms. So that will be a factor here for places like Springfield, New Berlin. In fact, New Berlin probably getting hit with the worst of the wind right now. But Springfield, Chatham, Auburn, that will probably be within the next 15 minutes or so by the time it makes it to your location. All right, back things back out again and throw it back to our normal radar product here, our reflectivity. And kind of keep you up to date. It is just past 10 a.m. here on this Monday morning. Mondays. And, you know, stressful enough the way it is, let alone with these storms here that are moving on through. We've got 3 total warnings in the area, 2 rather large ones and then one pretty standard sized one. There is still a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Macon, DeWitt County. That's where that storm is right now. Maroa probably getting hit pretty good. Perhaps some hail within that storm, plenty of lightning embedded within it as well, as you can see from that. But that's pretty standard stuff. That one has the 60-mile-an-hour gusts, the 1-inch hail warning on it. So that is the minimum criteria of either wind or hail in order for a severe thunderstorm warning to be issued. Let's take it back to Springfield. Let's have a live look there from our sky cam again to see what is happening. And you can see skies have gotten a lot darker here, and that leading edge is passing directly overhead. So we're just going to keep it here and watch the strong winds pick up. Nice lightning bolt there, and the camera shaking around. So we tuned into this camera just in time. Let's kind of watch and see how things move through in the Springfield area. And this will kind of give you an example. If you're anywhere within that main line of storms here right now, you will be seeing some similar conditions, even if you're not right there in the Springfield area, anywhere up and down that line of storms. This is what you could expect. So the skies are lighter now. Be ready for that rain to come rushing in here in just a moment. And this will be a pretty good view for us here before too terribly long. All right, looks like our friend Adam has returned from his meeting as well. So we'll get his microphone going as well. And Adam, not too much has changed since you stepped out. Kind of got a good view of the Springfield area as that line of storms moves on in. So just kind of
How bad was the winds?
So I haven't been able to see anything on this camera just yet, but the warnings are still for 70-mile-an-hour gusts. Okay. So we're going to watch out for that. And like I said, the Springfield camera should give us a pretty good view.
Thunder at the studio.
Yes, that's what I said a moment ago too. I've got your microphone tuned up pretty good now, so you are all good to chat. Do you want me to keep things on my computer? Do you want to jump it back to yours?
Let's jump it back to mine real quick.
Yep. So let me fire that up in our
and
other
I'll cut in. You get a little bit of a break. Go get a drink
here.
of water. Grab me a little bit of water if you could too. That'd be great.
That's okay. So I'll take yours in just a moment. When you get yours set to the radar, probably I'll let people keep watching Springfield here until that gets squared away. So again, hunker down, Springfield area, Chatham area.
Has that storm already moved through, or is it just getting ready to come
It is just getting ready to. The leading edge passed right overhead.
I can see the wall of rain right there.
Yep.
That makes sense.
The leading edge passed right overhead. The camera shook around, so we got those strong gusts, but haven't quite gotten the heavy rain just yet. So
we got a couple of half-inch reports of close to half-inch, 1 1/4 inch diameter-sized hail. That looks a lot less impressive than it did during our show, which is some good news. But yeah. Welcome back. I'm hoping folks can hear me right now. If you can't, let us know. But live look at radar real quick, kind of switch things over. We're going to have Seth take a quick break. He's been a trooper through the 9 o'clock hour of the morning show. Thank you, Seth, for coming in. We appreciate you. Yes, please. So, yeah, right now we're tracking Springfield. And what you'll notice is that we got storms coming right into the downtown area. And not too far with it, we also have the flash flood warning too. So don't be surprised if some of those roads you take to work, maybe to go get a cup of coffee, maybe to drop off the kids, that is where we're going to see probably some spots of some flash flooding until about 12:15. So maybe you have to take an alternate way to get back towards work or back where you're going from. So just keep that in mind. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts could come with this. Now the good news is we haven't really seen that on camera just yet. I'll pull up our camera here in just a second that's set up in Springfield. But I will say that that's quite impressive though. To see that number, that's above this limit for severe storms. Considerable damage is possible. Radar indicated for our sources though, so it doesn't tell us everything, but it just gives us an idea. We're going to take it north of Decatur too real quick, and I know I'm kind of just showing radar, not myself. That's just because I'm kind of scrambling a little bit coming out of a meeting. Maroa, between Maroa and Forsyth, that's the spot right now where we probably have some decent sized hail, pretty heavy precipitation there on 51. I'm going to zoom it in a little bit more. Emory is the spot you got to watch out for. From Austin to Emory and into Maroa, that's probably going to be the heaviest amount of precipitation here, so just keep that in mind. Quick look at Springfield real quick. There you'll see that we have the heavy rains coming right now. Not seeing a lot of wind just yet. That's okay, but let's take it back to radar. Again, 51 is the one you want to watch out for as we see more opportunity for those storms. That's not Springfield, but again, just north of Decatur. So if you're in that Maroa Forsyth area, that's where you're going to see that kind of activity. Switching cameras around real quick, so I apologize. Bear with me. All right, we're just gonna leave it on that. I'll have Seth help me out with that in just a second. Just trying to get back so I'm on camera again real quick. But there you go. You can see that right now we're kind of calmer than we were just because that tornado warning was allowed to expire earlier on. And while we still have that tornado possible tag on some of these warnings, especially by Girard and South Palmyra, let's take it down there. You can see that that's really where we're seeing like the heaviest precipitation, some of the heavier amounts of activity right now in terms of rainfall. And again, where the severe thunderstorm warning is right now. So, all right, we got a report. Somebody said New Berlin here, no power. Crazy storm just went through. I believe it. Seth, if you would do me another favor, I keep asking you for favors today. Could you switch up the camera to me when you get a chance?
Yeah. Let me get you loaded up here so that way people can see your stylish face here.
Let's not get carried away here.
Okay.
I'm going to switch it back here in a second. Am I good to go?
Yeah, you're all loaded up on camera 3. Yep.
There I am. Hello, everybody. So, yeah, that way I can point at stuff, too. I like pointing more than drawing arrows and stuff. That's not really what I'm about. So, there you go. North Palmyra, South Palmyra, that's where we're seeing a little bit more of the activity for the showers and storms right now. So, I see a report of Virden is out of power already. Got folks listening from Monticello. We appreciate you. I'm looking at the camera right now. You can't see. I'm looking out of the corner at Springfield. Definitely, that's a bite-worthy storm right now. It's got quite the bite to it. But this line stretches all the way to New Berlin. As somebody just said, they don't have power right now and they're in New Berlin. Springfield, you're up next for the rest of this line, even though you've gotten some of it already. And it goes all the way up northward to Tazewell County. Here's a wider look. I like to give out the wider look because some people ask, what about, Catlin? What about Danville? What about Oakville? What about all the way down in Dietrich? Well, there's your questions right now getting answered. Thunderstorms, garden variety right there towards Effingham, further north, Maroa Forsyth area. That's where we're seeing a lot more of that activity going on. And then out in Champaign, garden variety thunderstorms. You can hear thunder happening right now at the studio, but nothing to write home about. It's this line we're watching right now. And probably people are going to ask, wait, does this mean we're not going to see severe weather for today? With an outflow boundary, that changes lots of things. And again, we didn't really get an idea of what we were going to see for the rest of the day until about maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours ago. That's when we started to see, hey, this is a possibility. Model's starting agreeing a little bit more, but this has been quite the forecast, I'll tell you that.
Do you mind if I hop in just real
Sure
quick, Adam? Show people
anytime.
some stuff.
Sure
I'm gonna
can.
flip it to my graphics here. One new development. Flash flood warning right over the top of the city of Springfield. Just kind of reading through what that warning entails. It says between 1 to 1.5 inches of rain have already fallen, and the expected rainfall rate in the current storm is 1 to 1.5 inches per hour. So by the time this storm passes over, there could be 3 inches of rain sitting there in the city. So that has prompted a flash flood warning. You probably got that notification on your phone. Think that is the only such warning we have in the area that's not along a river of sorts. So just be prepared for that. If you are somewhere in Springfield, planning on driving later, there are definitely going to be some flooded roadways there. So
especially right down there by the downtown area. It's very busy.
Exactly.
Right by the state capitol. So.
Exactly. So just wanted to give folks the heads up on that. We'll let you keep things going there, Adam.
Yes, thank you so much, Seth. I also want to pull up. I'm going to move the radar a little bit more. And so I want to look a little bit deeper into that storm over there by Maroa Forsyth, because that has a lot of precipitation with it. And Seth, if you get a chance, could you move the camera that we have in Decatur northward? That would really help just to see what we can find. But yeah, a lot of precipitation.
Let's actually take, it doesn't look like the same as it did in the thumbnail a second ago, but there's a nice little leading edge there if you want to look at it again at some point.
Okay, I'll switch over to there in a second. Could you put that for 2, please?
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. But yeah, this is the current look right now between Emory and Maroa. That's what we're really seeing right now. It's a Forsyth, since you're just north of Decatur, really not too much going on right now. You might have a little bit of rain, but really right there, you can even see north of Argenta. I'm going to zoom it in a little bit more, just so you can kind of see some of the crossroads. There's a lot of country roads out there, so no surprise there. But from Maroa, Argenta, Emory, that kind of triangulation right there, that's where we're seeing the heaviest precipitation with this. And it does have that TOR possible tag with it, too, on the northern end of that warning. So just be mindful of that, too. Just because we have those tags doesn't mean we are going to see a tornado. Doesn't mean it's a tornado warning. It just means that, hey, this could change. Be mindful of that and still take every single warning seriously. Obviously, that's the whole point of the warning. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and 1.5-inch hail possible, too. So quite the storm. Washington Street Road, there we go, a little bit more of an in-depth view. That's going to be one of the spots where you probably don't want to drive that way coming out of Maroa going towards the east right now. Even going westward, I wouldn't say is a good idea. Even taking 51 down towards Decatur to Forsyth, that's not looking good either, too. So I'm going to pull things back out a little bit more. And again, yeah, that would be, so I'm looking at the kind of the outlines too. There it is. You can see right there for the tornado possible tag on there too. There is some rotation with it. So we're going to keep an eye on that. I'm going to look at some more of the chat too. So if I'm looking down and you don't see anything, or if you want to say something, feel free to add to the chat. I'm going to switch it over to radar real quick. Whoops. Switch it over to your stuff there over there, bud.
Oops.
That's all right.
If you want to, whenever you have a stopping point, I know a lot of people asking about what this afternoon looks like. I
Yes.
could provide a little update on that.
Some people actually want to look at Future Tracker. Are you willing to show that real quick?
So I'll switch it over to my end of things here, which is
There
nothing
you
but
go.
just a night sky here at the moment. Let me get that loaded up real quick. So I just want to bring up my radar real quick just to kind of lay the picture out here, kind of set up what I'm about to say. So that is popping in right now. So here's what we have right now. Let's look across the state of Illinois. There is where all your activity is. There's lots of shower and thunderstorms happening right here across the area right now. But what's a little bit strange and probably won't make a lot of sense to people is that surface-based instability, there is zero of it overhead right now. There's none of it. You're probably wondering, how on earth do we have storms with no instability? There is some, but it's all elevated. That's why a lot of the stuff has been wind-driven so far. That's why a lot of it has just had some of that hail. That's why we haven't really been too terribly worried about any sort of rotation. It is all surface. It is all not surface-based
Which we like.
instability.
We like not having surface-based
Correct.
stuff.
We for sure do not want that, but that's setting up my next point here. So that's where all that stuff is right now. Let's take a look here at a future track model of where that instability is going to end up. So right now, we're keeping things at bay. As these showers and storms clear out slowly but surely, we're going to see some of that instability knock on our door. Now you can see a very sharp boundary between some bright oranges and reds right there around St. Louis and relatively no surface-based instability in our area. Now, where exactly is that boundary going to set up? It's still a bit of a question mark. This model's just giving it one particular outcome there. If that shifts up to the north by 50 miles, there's a lot more of us in play for some of that afternoon activity. But this morning stuff is going to keep things stable for many of us. But just watch right down there along the I-55 corridor, around the I-70 corridor, because right there is where things could get rough later on today. And that's not meant, again, to scare, but that environment is looking primed for some strong storm activity. And I just want to real quick show what the most recent HER model looks like, or high resolution rapid refresh one that usually handles events like this the best. Not all models are all models have their problems, but this one we kind of rely on for moment-to-moment forecasting. It's doing
It's
okay.
good for placement.
Exactly. It's doing okay with the morning round here so far, so let's see that clear on out. Could take still a couple hours, but notice right there around Macoupin County. Look at that dark purple core. Those are going to be the storms to watch out for. I'm not saying there's going to be a storm right over Carlinville at 3 o'clock, but this model is just indicating that southwest corner of the area, out there closer to I-70. That's where some of those stronger storms, the surface-based storms, the higher potential storms are going to be. So round 2 could be more of an I-70 issue. Maybe if the rain clears out here too soon, it creeps up to I-72. We won't know that until we see how things continue to move out here this morning. But based on what I'm seeing right now, again, that I-70 area needs to have their eyes peeled, needs to stay sharp. I-72 region still needs to be vigilant with stuff here, because where those boundaries end up getting tossed out is going to be the key in everything. So right now, the appetizer round is what I've been calling it. Yes, there could be some severe weather in it as it advances east through this afternoon, but it's that stuff around 1 or 2 o'clock in the southwest, closer to Macoupin County. Those darker cores, those more isolated storms, that is going to be what we need to watch later today.
Let's flip it over to Springfield real quick, because, man, that line is coming in and the wind is starting to pick up quite a bit. I kind of watched this while you were talking, not that I wasn't listening, but just a wall of rain coming this way. And our camera, this one's a little bit more stable than our old Springfield camera. Pretty back and forth. I mean, this is proof that it is windy out there. And the flag is kind of flying, too, right out from the storm. No surprises there.
And then you're about to lose visibility here. Look at that, just
It's
line
a wall
of rain.
of
that
rain. It's a
curtain.
wall of rain, so keep that in mind.
Yeah, that is moving through with some gusto.
Yes. So keep that in mind, folks.
What I'll do, I'm just going to let that go full screen real quick, just so people can watch that, because if you're anywhere near that line of storms, this is exactly what's going to look. And look,
You
it's
can
just
watch the leading edge
overtaking
of
it.
that.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that. The leading edge of that rain coming in. I mean, immediately it drops that visibility. It's like watching a sandstorm kick up. There it is.
Yeah.
All that strong wind, too, hitting the camera. I mean, it's...
That's why we love these sky cams, because you can talk about it on radar, but you just saw exactly what it looks like when, it's storming a little bit, then 15 seconds later, boom, the rain, the lightning, and we'll hopefully keep connection with that camera. It's getting rocked.
And no surprise that we have that flash flood warning still in effect there for downtown Springfield. So keep that in mind. I know Seth mentioned it a little bit ago. That's not surprising at all, considering that we're just getting more rounds of rain on top of what we already had, coming very quickly too. And if you look at this, I mean, this is something you don't want to drive in anyway. So keep that in mind. Visibility is going to be taking a huge hit. It's very strong winds gusts too. I can't even see the state capitol very well. I can kind of see a shadow.
And on top of that, I'm going to bring up real quick. Look at the lightning on the radar.
Lots of lightning.
It's coating the entire city, so it's going to be constant on the camera. And yeah, it'll be a rough go of things for 10 or 15 minutes here. But the thought is this should pass somewhat quickly. But yeah, that's what you're going to be dealing with.
I mean, you can see the lightning even on here. I mean, just lots of flashes on it too. This is quite the camera view. Thanks for pulling this up.
Yeah, that's why we use these. That's why we like to have as many as we do here, because the more views of the storm, the better off we are.
Absolutely.
And that is some impressive stuff moving through there right now. One thing I'm noticing, I think they updated the warning in Macon County.
Let's pull that up.
Out that way. I think it now has a tornado possible tag on it.
Yep, I mentioned that earlier.
Okay,
but yeah, you're right. That is something we need to bring back up, because folks are probably thinking, okay, well, Springfield, I don't live in Springfield, I live in Macon County, so I totally get that. And people in Champaign want to know too. All right, let's go back that direction though. Yeah, tornado possible tag. I haven't pulled up visibility or velocities just yet. But yeah, the tornado possible tag is still something to keep an eye out for. It doesn't mean there is a tornado at all. This means that it has the capability to be switching over to maybe a tornado warning. Not doing that just yet. It has some rotation with it. That's basically what it's saying. We have some rotation we want to keep an eye out for. And all supercells have that too, right? All supercells have a little bit of that rotation to keep an eye on for. So from Weldon all the way to Argenta, right in between, I'm going to zoom in a little bit more so you have some more of that room to look through. Right there on, what road is that? Oh, I don't know how to say that road off the top of my head. Duroc Road? I'm going to guess.
Sure.
Probably wrong. Duroc Road, cutting all the way up north to get to Weldon there. Keep that in mind. So right there, those are the roads you got to watch out for as you go from basically from Macon County and now going into parts of Piatt County too, or DeWitt County, excuse me.
From what I can see, I don't notice anything too
Nothing that sticks out.
Suspicious on velocity. Just kind of watch for maybe just a little bit of a, looks like a notchish thing, just a little bit of a clearing. That'll be an area to maybe watch to see if something happens. But right now, not too worried about what it looks like at this moment in time. But that can always change in the blink of an eye. That's why they keep those.
I'm going to switch over to velocity so I can see it real quick too. I'm keeping an eye on the Springfield camera. We got our camera still there. And I can see the visibility has definitely improved along that line as well. So if you're in Springfield, you're on the other side, maybe the west side of town, probably getting better visibility as we speak. It's quite the heavy storm, yeah.
Let me see if I can get a reading from the airport there to see what we got as that storm moved through. Sometimes the reports, the updates slow down as the storm's moving through. Last update was at 10 minutes past the hour, so hopefully I can get another one here to see how strong those winds were as it moved through Springfield.
Right now I'm just looking through all the different velocities that we could use storm relative to see what I can find. But, I mean, yeah, there's
not
something.
hearing anything specific from the Weather Service. So, I think they probably just put that there just with a storm on its own, always something to watch out for. But
Very smart play, yeah.
Nothing super imminent, but that's why there's two of us.
Somebody just asked, what about the west side of Decatur? Good news is the storm we're talking about right now, not in Decatur. It's north of town, northeast of town, actually. I would say if you are looking for the heavier precipitation, we'll pull up reflectivity again, because reflectivity makes things a lot easier. Whoa, we're taking a big jump, aren't we? There we go. But we're switching over back to velocity, or from reflectivity. Say that 10 times fast. Think about that 10 times fast. North of Cisco, between Cisco and Weldon, that's where we're seeing kind of that heavier precipitation, 48. That is all north and east of Decatur. So if you live in Decatur, this storm itself is not what you're worrying about. But we do have a storm right behind it. Remember, we were talking about that storm coming in from Springfield. Still some heavy rain and lots of lightning with it too. That is quite the storm, and that was the same line of storms that we were kind of watching all morning as it came out of Missouri. So kind of that cell by itself is the one that the National Weather Service is watching too, but along that line, stretching all the way basically from Lincoln all the way down to Girard, losing some of its luster in terms of the precipitation factor. I still think there could be some hail in there, but a lot of it's going to be just the wind threat itself, which is good because this was part of the line earlier today, this morning I should say, out in Missouri that had some tornado warnings with it. So that's why we've been kind of watching it this whole time and kind of went early into our severe weather coverage a little bit more. But so far so good. I haven't heard too many things. I saw there was no power in Virden, so that's one spot people might want to, if you're in the newsroom, might want to check in. So everyone said there was hailing in Chatham. Okay.
Yeah, overall, things have been active here, but as we kind of suspected with this morning round, just, I want to say spotty severe weather. I mean, that line has had severe weather up and down it the whole time, but elsewhere, things have stayed under control here for the most part. Again, any storm that's got that tornado possible tag on it, any storm that kind of stays on its own is worth watching pretty closely. But like we said, there's not a lot of surface-based instability. That makes it harder, not necessarily impossible, but makes it a lot harder for anything to make it down to the surface. That's why, you know, the level of concern isn't as high as perhaps something later today, but just something to watch out for here with any storm that still is on its own, still behaves like, you know, some other surface-based storms at the surface. It's allowed to kind of have that wind field to its own, any of that elevated instability. It kind of just controls its fate there since it's on its own.
Somebody was asking about Athens, and Athens, I would believe, is behind the line, correct?
At this point in time.
Yeah, so if you're worried about Athens, it's one spot that's not really, I mean, that's on the other side of the rain part. It's just wet over there. Again, if you're on 55 right now, I'm going to actually pull up 55 because between Sherman, Springfield, downtown Springfield, all the way down 55, the 72-55 interchange right there, which is a lot of traffic for that interchange. A lot of traffic happens there. I've taken that many times coming in and out of St. Louis, stretching all the way up towards Lincoln. That's going to be the spot where you're probably having the worst precipitation, worst of the winds right now. Again, marching to the east, but if you're over by Coran, New Berlin, Ashland, Farmingdale, even on the west side of Springfield, you're kind of toning down. Even here downtown, not looking quite as bad. Definitely wet compared to what we had earlier on, so keep that in mind.
Got a report from media in, well, hang on here. Yes, Chatham, Pete, a dime-sized hail as that storm moves through. So nothing significant in the way of hail, but definitely hearing some probably thuds on the roof there with some of that are against the window.
I would definitely say if you're out towards Buffalo, Cornland, Buckhart, and New City, those are the one spots you're going to have to watch out for. More storms. Obviously, Illiopolis is down the pipeline too. We're getting more scans here too, but a lot of it is along that 55 corridor, on 55 pretty much, for shower and storm activity, probably some strong wind gusts.
And would be probably anticipating a downstream warning here before too long as the storm is about to escape its original warning box. The warning is set to expire in the next 4 minutes. So I wouldn't be too shocked if we see an extension. I still think there's enough to warrant the severe thunderstorm warning continuing. So just kind of heads up places like Taylorville, Illiopolis. We'll see how far east they draw it. If they do draw one here, you know, they're the ones that ultimately have the say in what goes on. But we'll see if there's a warning coming up here in the next 4 minutes.
A lot of people are asking about the other side of 57, Westville, Georgetown. And right now, just some garden variety thunderstorms. We'll watch this line as it comes this way. But really, the spots to watch out for would be Springfield, maybe a little bit east of Springfield, and then Girard, 55 eastward. And then north of Decatur, there's that storm still out there, kind of chugging along there in northern DeWitt County or Piatt County. And then some people are already asking about Bloomington Normal. Right now, not much happening, but they will be getting rain here pretty soon. They're on the northern end of this line. That doesn't look quite as intense. I haven't seen any warnings north of Logan County and Tazewell County, really. So that's just really just going to be more of a pain in the butt to drive through, I bet.
Yeah, absolutely. With the heavy rain and, of course, the lightning kind of just blinding you every now and then. That'll be a problem with any storm. Because even if it doesn't have a warning on it today, there's been a lot of lightning. There's even plenty of lightning on those storms down there closer to Effingham, Neoga, Shelbyville area. So it's just electricity in the air today with any storm that's been popping up.
A lot of people are asking, all right, does this mean we're done with storms for the day? We still have that opportunity this afternoon. With an outflow boundary, that kind of takes a lot of the excitement of having more of the opportunity for storms coming through here. We're thinking, well, wait a minute, you said morning storms. You guys said morning storms. That means we're not going to see severe weather, or it tones things down quite a bit, but doesn't completely negate the chances. We have a great wind profile going upward, great for severe weather. And if we have an outflow boundary too, that just is a great area for convergence, really.
Looks like we got that new warning, not extended too far east. I don't think
I see it in Logan County.
It doesn't get Taylorville, but it gets part of Christian County and goes through
I see it.
Sangamon.
Basically from the radar all the way down to Christian County.
Okay, that one's got the orangish tint around it, so I believe this one, yes, still has tornado possible. I don't know if the warning did before. And again, we're keeping an eye on that for you. There is some sort of signatures in there that suggest maybe something's trying to converge and spin a little bit. In particular, tell me what you maybe think, Adam. South of Pawnee, there's a little thing jutting out just a little bit, maybe some winds colliding.
Pawnee, okay.
Yeah, just kind of out that way. Let me Let me bring up my radar here, and I'll just kind of show folks what I'm referring to.
Yeah,
here.
you
So,
show it real quick. I'm going to queue up mine.
Right here, I'm seeing something that kind of just raises my eyebrows a little bit. Just kind of seems like there's something trying to clear through there.
Yeah.
And if we overlay that with our velocity, that kind of appears to be where there is a little potential of the wind fields trying to rotate. That's popping up here real quick, so you can kind of see.
It's trying to do
So
something.
We'll see what happens down that way.
You know how much I love linear thunderstorms when it comes to tornadoes.
Well, I mean, we saw that, what was it, not this last Friday, but
the Friday before, yeah.
That's all that was just
just
linear
lines.
embedded tornadoes everywhere.
Very
That
much of a
was
headache.
a pain for sure. So I'm just kind of watching that area with some interest. It looks like the last few scans have kind of ticked things up just a little bit. So get out here closer to between Pawnee and Farmersville. You can kind of see these colors coming together. There's a little bit of a notch on reflectivity in this particular region.
Just got a report, speaking of Pawnee, that power went out wherever the Maddie is right there in Pawnee.
Got it. So we've got
So we got some power outage down that way.
outages starting to pop up there. A new warning now that extends into Montgomery County. That's the southern end of this line. That is going
Interesting little kind of look there.
Yeah, kind of a weird look to the warning. I believe that's the edge of St. Louis's
Right, that
coverage
makes
area,
sense.
so that's why it's going to kind of act like it's ignoring Christian County there. But that one also has the tornado possible tag, as did the warning before. So this whole line has that strong 60 to 70 mile an hour gust, but
Right.
also has that possibility of something spinning up here. I'll tell you what, Adam, I kind of getting just a little bit concerned as to that thing south of Pawnee. I think something might be trying to spin
gonna
up that way.
pull it up, but I wouldn't be surprised.
So I'm gonna kill my mic real quick. I'm just gonna have them in production. Just be ready in case we need to
'Kay.
hop on and kind of provide a little
Yep.
extra coverage here. So you do your thing. I'll be right back.
Sorry about that, folks. We were just kind of switching things over just in case we do have to jump on air between myself and Seth. Not saying we have to right now, but we don't want to be caught unprepared. So just keep that in mind. So just we're just kind of anchoring things, everything out. So.
The two of us in the studio, no one's out in the vehicle, so it would just be management between him there and me here, of course, and stuff. But there shouldn't even be the box unless Scott gets moved.
Okay, so like you would be at the
Correct. I would be kind of driving on Max.
We're just getting things prepared, guys, in case we have to jump on air. So not saying we have to right now,
Yeah,
but
I just say
we don't want to be caught unaware.
That feature is just kind of interesting me a little bit, especially with the way the reflectivity is kind of clearing
Right.
out. It just feels like there's a little bit of a notch trying to go there. So again, not to ring any alarm bells. We're just getting ready in
So
case.
if we cut
that
out
stuff
audio
is
real quick,
needed.
that's just why, because we're just trying to set up, you don't want to hear all the background noise of
Correct.
us talking to production and stuff. That's all.
And again, we do not have the authority to hand out these warnings, but we notice little features here and there that.
Yep.
Again,
we are
make
not
us
in
raise
charge of
our
anything
eyebrows.
in that department.
I'll give you the co-anchor mic and IFB if you want to take these.
Okay.
So we can
time. So we're just, again, kind of getting our stuff set aside here
folks,
in the event
if
that
we're
we
not
need
if we're not talking right now and you don't hear any audio, it's literally just getting ready for in case things do have to get a little hairy. So that's all. Don't worry, guys. And nothing has. We're just keeping an eye on everything right now. We're kind of talking to production folks. You don't want to hear the background stuff of us talking to production folks and getting things on there. So, yeah, don't worry, guys. We're back and forth.
Again, the feature I'm talking about here is just kind of south of Pawnee. I've got my radar pulled up.
Between Zenobia and
Correct.
Pawnee,
You can just see a little bit of that, curve shape, like there's a little bit of clearing going on.
Yeah,
And
I'm going to pull up mine real quick.
Yeah.
Just so I can kind of point while you keep getting ready there, bud.
And then, there we go.
Oh,
There's
even better. You got reflectivity.
Yeah.
You're
There's
even
the
better.
velocity picture. So there's some stuff
Velocity.
coming together. It's high
broad.
up.
It's very broad, but it's there.
There's some bright colors. There's some strong ones. So we'll see if anything happens in the next 5 to 10 minutes here. But just a heads up, Zenobia, Kincaid potentially down the line, and maybe Taylorville. Again, this is starting to show signs that something's coming together, tightening together. So that is the feature we're watching with the most interest right now. Haven't heard anything specific from the Weather Service, so I'm not sure what their opinion is on it. But ours just kind of looking like it's coming together to do maybe a little something that way. So we'll keep watching out. But if you're in Zenobia, anywhere near that, just kind of brace yourself for at least some strong winds no matter what happens. So again, let me back things out here for us, and we will kind of provide a little reset. It's 10:35 on this Monday morning. Severe weather is in the area. We've been talking about how there's a 2-part event today. This is part 1. Round 2, potentially coming for a few later on into the day.
Yeah. We'll let Seth get ready to roll.
Yeah.
He's still got some stuff to do, so I'm going to talk about these features right now. That spot in Zenobia, I'm going to pull it up real quick, and I've got a lot of warnings and stuff. We'll try to clear that out here in just a second. Between Pawnee and Zenobia, on reflectivity, not as interesting. It's still there, but not as quite interesting, but that's not where we're really focusing in on. At this point, when we start to see that kind of look, that signature on reflectivity, it's velocity we have to switch over to, and that changes some things. So keep that in mind. Again, we're not in charge of dishing out any warnings or anything like that. We're just saying, hey, it's something that caught our eye as meteorologists, so keep that in mind. There we go. There's a look at Zenobia right now. That's the feature he's talking about. The green means it's going towards the radar. Red means it's going away from the radar. So towards, away, right there. That's what we're watching out towards Zenobia and Pawnee. Not too terribly far from Kincaid either, but there are no warnings associated with it too. And there's a little bit of distance between that and the radar that you can see a little bit of the kind of that upper beaming a little bit, but it's still worth watching here. So somebody says pouring in Zenobia right now. I don't doubt that at all. It's probably pretty soggy out there area-wide. A lot of folks are asking about places along 57, east of 57. Right now, we're not really focusing on them. We're focusing mainly on the spot towards Pawnee and Zenobia along this big line of storms right there. But whenever we see those little kinks out there, that kind of catches our attention. So just keep that in mind. So there's a live look outside of what's going on area-wide for people who keep asking about what's going on. I know a lot of people asking about Champaign, Danville, Watsika. Chatham has already been talked about. Chatham is on the other side of the heavier amounts of rain, and we've had some reports of some stuff there in Chatham as well. Virden, we've heard that the power has gone out over there in some locations, so keep that in mind. Springfield is on the other side of this right now in terms of showers and storms. Pretty much if you already heard the thunder and lightning, you're getting a break right now and just getting up next. Oh, we lost connection there for just a split second. It's back though. Monticello is kind of next in line to see more storms with the main line. I think that other spot that we were talking about earlier, that's going to stay relatively north of you guys in Monticello. Even though you're under that warning, a lot of that's just north of it. So let me switch things over real quick. There we are. There we go. So D-Land is in 72 right there. Between D-Land on, I want to say that's 10. Yes. So 10, that's where we're seeing a lot of the thunderstorm activity. Yeah, that makes sense because Seymour's right over there. So Whiteheath, all north of Monticello right now. Mansfield, seeing some of that rain. The storm not quite as intense on radar as it was a little bit ago, but still worth watching as it's part of the severe thunderstorm warning that's rolling on through. Ooh, this is a new update, a new scan.
I think that new scan, is interesting.
This one broke down this one even more, so that's good. Let's talk about the storm we're going to focus on.
The one that I said near Verdun out there in Zenobia, I think that one kind of, again, you can see that little clearing starting to happen
right here
east of there. And if you
between Bear Creek and Kincaid, yeah.
If you take velocity between Kincaid and Zenobia, I mean, there's something trying to happen there.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we're just kind of on standby here
in case it happens. Yeah, I see it now.
Some indications of that.
Green towards radar, red away. That's worth looking at. That's for sure.
So yeah, that's just kind of an area that's
Yep.
had my attention here. Again, that just still has a tornado possible tag, severe thunderstorm warning on it, but starting to see some features that suggest maybe something's trying to come together a little bit there. Again, right over the top of Zenobia, maybe just a little bit east of there. So this is parts of Christian County,
Yep.
just now starting to enter in from the west side of the county here. So keeping our eyes peeled as to what could amount from that. Still no super recent updates from the weather service as far as that goes. But
Right.
like we said, we're keeping an eye out for it. Just
Nothing's official yet. We're just kind of seeing what we see, what we know about meteorology, and saying or putting our 2 cents in, but no official warnings just yet.
So yeah, we'll continue to watch out for that as well as any of these storms up and down this line. Like you said earlier, that storm just pittered away entirely. The one between Champaign and out
Right.
closer to Monticello. That one is pittered out. That still has a warning on it. Let me see when it expires. That one's probably going to be allowed to expire. And yeah, it's out here in 5 minutes. So that warning's probably going to disappear. We're probably only going to have to be dealing with this stuff along this main line here before too
Right.
long. And I just realized. Here we go. Now my microphone's on, so that would have been helpful to have that on the whole time. As I've been saying, let me just repeat in case anyone missed it, because I'm sure you did if my microphone wasn't on. This little clearing east of Zenobia just kind of has our attention as it moves into Christian County. If we flip on velocity, you see that little kind of C shape east of Zenobia there, and that's coinciding with some bright colored velocity and contrasting colors side by side. So there could be some definite rotation happening within that storm. But still, and in fact, that's actually outside of a warning. So anyone kind of in that area closer to Taylorville, if you're listening right now, you probably, treat it like you're in a severe thunderstorm warning right now, because there's some strong storm activity moving your way. And we want to make sure that you're safe in the event something continues to strengthen up here. So just keeping those folks in mind who are just outside of that warning right now, because I think something's trying to go down there, perhaps, Adam.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on that. For folks at home everyone's wondering where everybody else is at. They don't care about us telling them about the storm. We're about Kevin and Jacob, and Jacob is out of town. We will tell you that right now. He's not in Central Illinois.
So there we go. There's the warning now that includes Christian County.
Okay, and that is a severe thunderstorm warning?
Yes, still that tornado possible tag.
Okay,
So they
new
haven't
severe thunderstorm
seen
warning.
enough to make it a tornado warning yet, but they're keeping that possible tag on it. And
Okay.
I'll see if there's any sort of discussion on that here shortly.
Yeah. Okay. So at least we've got our answer, what their warning was going to be. And as a severe thunderstorm warning, there does include majority of Christian County. It's for this area right here, north of Morrisonville, that you can see the kind of the green going towards the radar, red going away, a little bit of circulation, tightening up a little bit along the line of storms. Also, straight line winds are going to be a concern too as well. So there you go. Let me pull up the warning boxes too so people can see what the details are on that. So this is just outside of Zenobia, and this is a tour possible tag on both of them. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts at the surface, and really the hail threat's pretty small. It's below 0.75 inches, so we're more focused on the rotation and the winds coming out of it. We knew this system was going to be windy, this line of storms, so already we're starting this off pretty early in the day for severe weather. A lot of folks are asking about where they live, right? Yoga out towards places like Danville, Champaign, and right now, guys are just getting garden variety thunderstorms. We'll see how these storms evolve over time.
Yeah, if we're not mentioning your place specifically right now or somewhere near it,
that's a good thing.
That's a good thing because we're not too worried about where things are headed.
That's why we even kind of dished that cell over north. That was at one point north of Decatur, and said, no, that storm's kind of petering out.
I-57's in good shape right now. There's nothing worth warning right now. So it's all kind of out there along 55 now, just east of 55. So if you're kind of around Decatur and to the west, that's where things are kind of ramping up right now. Bloomington to the west, Shelbyville to the west is kind of where we're watching for these severe
Just
storms.
to the west of Taylorville, really, right here, this spot between Kincaid, Zenobia, Bear Creek, that right there is the spot we're kind of watching for that rotation to happen. Again, we don't have a tornado warning. We have a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag, meaning we have to keep an eye on it and see if that changes, which it could. But this is the spot we're watching out for that rotation right now.
Yeah, just anytime, again, I'll bring up my picture here just real quick just to illustrate what we're talking about. Anytime you start to see in a linear segment a space
kinks
kind of clearing into that line, that tells you that there is some winds swirling around in there at least a little bit. So if something's going to happen, you can kind of see that notch initiating. And again, if we overlap this with our velocity product here, keep an eye on that notch area. That's exactly where those strong winds are at. And maybe the rotation side of things doesn't look as good as it possibly did at one point, but the bright colors tell you enough. There's some strong winds that are at least swirling around right now. So again, a feature to hone in on and watch, especially because it looks like, let me put the regular reflectivity back on. It looks like it's about to perhaps, if this back line is faster than that front line, it might crash into some storms ahead of it, kind of see if they merge. Let me put these in motion real quick.
Storm mergers can be iffy.
Yeah, it looks like they're going about the same speed, so I don't know if we'll have to worry about that yet. But yeah, this back line, again, just kind of watch out. And this is heading towards the Taylorville area. At the very least, there is a severe thunderstorm warning on it
there's
now,
no tornado warning just yet. We'll let you know if there is, and that's why we're not on air right now. We are only streaming because there are some strong thunderstorms right now. If you're in Springfield, people have been asking, what about Springfield? Looks like the rain is dying down. It's still raining, still some thunder and lightning, but the worst of it is starting to move off towards the east now. So keep that in mind.
It's important to note, if you're in Springfield, your severe weather threat is done for now.
For now.
There's a part 2 later today that could happen out that direction. So we don't, when we give people all clear, we're talking about right now with this first round because a lot more could happen still later today. But at the moment, it's just rain overhead, some general thunder and lightning. So nothing severe once that main line has passed through here for this morning round.
Yep. Oh, there it is.
There it is. Okay, so we'll get things going in production here. Stand by, everyone. We're going to make the transition to television here in just a moment. Good to go? Okay. Talk to Adam. He's going to drive for us, and he's got the IFB in.
Okay,
IFB's already up.
Adam a cue to go.
Sounds good. Adam, do you have your IFB in?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to get mine in. They're going to talk to you and time things out. I'm going to get the switcher set up here to make sure that you can see everything you need to here. So, okay, let's get station monitors. Okay, production switchers in those. And for our folks on the stream, we're not going away from you here. We're
just setting up for TV too.
Correct. We're going to get things tailored to go to television here in just a moment.
Ready to go when you guys are.
We might go a little quiet, but stand by. And I've got a visual on our what's on air over here on the side, Adam. So I'll let you know when things are for sure up. But again, if you're watching us on the stream, tornado warning now issued right over Christian County. That does include Taylorville itself. So we are prepping to begin coverage on that. And if you've been following the stream, we were on top of things here right from the beginning. And here we go.
Good morning, meteorologist Adam Sherwinski. As we look this morning, we've been talking about severe weather. We do have a tornado warning to talk about, though, and it's for the Taylorville area, Wiley's area, Velma, Clarksdale, and all the way out to Kincaid. That is all the way out in Christian County. That is until, let me pull up the warning box real quick. That is until later on this morning right there. You can see the box. Taylorville is in that. So is Kincaid. That is until 11:15 this morning. Again, we've been watching that line of storms. If you saw our stream a little bit ago, that we had that little notching happening where that rotation is. Kincaid, Taylorville, Locust, Bear Creek, you are all under that. That is for Christian and a little bit of Sangamon County, though. Most of it is in Christian County until 11:15. So I want to pull up kind of what we're looking for here. It's this little notch between Kincaid and Taylorville. If you're already in Kincaid right now and you hear us right now, make sure you're in your safe space. Taylorville, you guys are up next. Make sure you're in your safe space as well. North of Edinburgh or around Edinburgh, you're okay. Bear Creek, you're on the southern end of this, but still not out of the spot. I think you still need to get to your tornado safe space. Moweaqua and into Stonington. Those are all spots. You can kind of see that's where we have kind of all those highways coming together into Taylorville. That's where we're watching right now. now. That is a tornado warning, again, until 11:15 a.m. Does include Kincaid and Taylorville. I'm going to pull up the warning credentials right now. It is a tornado possible. With this, we have that rotation again that we were talking about all morning, especially closer towards right before we got on air. It does include assumption as well. Let's pull this back. You can see that's the storm relative velocity, and right there where the greens and the reds meet, that'd be this little circulation right here. Not as defined as it was, but enough that the National Weather Service issued that tornado warning too as well. So just keep that in mind. I'm going to play this back a little bit to see how this evolved over time. Zoom things out, and you can see that it kind of quickly popped up. That's what happens when you have these linear storms, is that you can get these quick little rotations to come through here. And this is the only spot we've seen severe weather potential through today, and this is an early kind of start to the severe weather. So again, Taylorville, you are what's up next. If you are out there towards Bear Creek, just north of Bear Creek, between Kincaid and Bear Creek, Clarksdale and Taylorville, right now is the time to get into your safe space where the green meets the red. That's where you want to watch for the potential for a tornado. Seth, do you have anything?
Yeah, I was just going to bring up kind of the area-wide view and just kind of hone in on things here for folks. Again, this is the morning round. It's a possible two-part day. This is that first round. Again, this whole line has severe thunderstorm warnings up and down it, and they've had those tornado possible tags for a while. But if you were watching our stream 15 minutes ago, we were telling you about how something was getting ready to happen out there in Christian County. So if you were watching our stream, you were ahead of the game there. And like Adam was saying, there's just a little bit of this notch happening here in the reflectivity. When you have linear storms and you see something going into that line, that tells you there's some winds cutting into it and there's some rotation. So as we dive into the velocity here, again, this is heading right towards Taylorville. It's got some eastward movement to it, maybe just a little bit of a northward movement to it. But Taylorville, tornado safe spot right now, as we always say. Get inside, get to the lowest portion of your home possible, and cover up. So just make sure you're prepared for that. As we play this thing in motion here, we play the velocity forward. We'll see if we can get that to go here real quick, and we'll show you that. So give me just a moment here to back that up, and we'll show you that velocity moving forward here. Again, tornado warning in effect across parts of Christian County. That rotation heading towards the Taylorville area. These colors maybe not quite as bright as it was right when that warning was dropped, but there is clearly some, at least, broad rotation, and it's capable of producing a tornado here in the next several minutes. And this is heading right towards the populated area. Again, out there in the Taylorville area, and anyone to the east of that at some point. It is, let's see what the time is here. It's just about to become 11 a.m., so maybe getting close to lunchtime here for a handful of us. If you're out there on the roads, be advised there is some rotation heading right for the Taylorville area. Adam, this is the only tornado warning that we're tracking right now. That's what we've hopped on television, but obviously something people need to know about here with this line of storms.
Exactly, yeah. This has been kind of one of those storms we've been watching all day. We've got a lot of folks that have been asking us on our stream, hey, are we here in Champaign? What about Danville? What about, we are focusing right now on the western to southwestern portions of our viewing area, and some folks have even been asking, does this mean we were done for the day? No, we've got our first tornado warning of the day, so we're kind of starting a little bit earlier than projected, but we're still going to be with you through it. This does include Assumption, Moweaqua as well. They're on 51 heading northward towards Macon. Macon County not a part of this tornado warning, and even Sangamon County has now kind of been pulled out of this. So Bear Creek and Taylorville, even to the other side of Zenobia, heading into Christian County, primarily Christian County, right there where the green and the red meet. That's where you want to watch out for. Taylorville, Locust, Stonington, those are the other spots you need to get in your safe space right now. This is until 11:15, so we're going to keep an eye on this. And that rotation was something we were keeping an eye for the last probably 30 minutes as that storm was coming out of Pawnee and Zenobia. Again, rotation with this, it's radar indicated, nothing confirmed, but something you need to take very seriously. Again, we've watched this tornado happen, or not tornado, the rotation happen very quickly. The warning was very quick too, so those rotations can really pick up. It is a matter of time before we have to watch things evolve even further. So Taylorville, Kincaid, and Bear Creek, those are the spots to watch out. Some of the roadways, 48, 105, and 29, Illinois 29, those are the roadways that, hey, if you're in that track, make sure you are getting to your safe space, whether that be your crawl space, whether that be your basement, a tornado shelter, somewhere inside, away from windows. You know where to go when there's tornadoes. We've had plenty of them for this season already. Locust and Stonington are also under that spot too. We just got a new scan. It just went through Taylorville, that rotation, looking not as impressive as it once had. That's one thing I do want to mention. I think Seth's giving me the yes. He agrees with me. That's good news. We don't want it to look like it's tightening up at all. It looks a little bit more broad in the grand scheme of things. That's good news. But Taylorville, Velma, Wiley's, and Locust, even Stonington and Prairieton, those are the spots still within this tornado warning. What other spots do we have to watch out for, Seth?
Yeah, I've got just a little polygon drawn up here, the core of that rotation. We've dragged it out here to the east for the next 25 minutes. So we've got a list of towns here that the kind of core of the storm, the reason for the tornado warning, that's in the path of that. So again, it's right over the top of Taylorville right now, heading out there closer to Velma here in the next 5 minutes or so. That'll be there around 11:58. Assumption down the line, that's going to be about 20 minutes from now. We'll see what this storm does as it moves to the east. Like we said, rotation maybe not quite as evident as what it once was. But in the next 25 or 30 minutes, that is where this storm is heading. And we can kind of see here, if you kind of look through the polygon, things look a little more linear with this than it did before. What we watch for with some of these kind of linear storms that have that rotation is just some kind of bends or some kind of collisions of these brighter colors within that line. It looks to me, Adam, a little bit more parallel lines. The green and the red are a little more parallel, not quite the same.
It's still there, but not as impressive.
Correct.
Not as much of a couplet. We call those a couplet in meteorology. Not as really noticeable of a couplet, I will say.
But the level of urgency is still
there. Yeah.
There's a reason the tornado warning is still there. Do we know, Adam, what the time that is set to expire?
11:15.
So 11:15. That is still in there for the next 20 minutes. So we'll see as this thing races off to the east. But a storm capable of producing a tornado just south and east of Taylorville right now, advancing to the east. And again, places on this list, maybe out there closer to Locust in the next 5 minutes. So just want folks to be aware of that. Keep an eye on these scans. But as long as this red tornado warning polygon is here, we're going to be here for you on television as well. As far as everything happening here in the area, like we've been saying, Adam, there's this line of storms. There's severe weather all up and down it. There's several tornado possible tags. I'm not sure. Do we see anything else in any of those other storms that may suggest anything's happening right now?
Yeah, I'm going to take a look up north again because there's been some chatter about it. Some of the storms up there towards DeWitt County, Illinois, also out towards spots there. Somebody said there might be a possible funnel cloud west of Taylorville High School associated with that, which would track. Looking at this again, I'm going to pull it back up to Taylorville. There's still a little bit of a notch there, not as impressive as it was, but that doesn't mean we discount any of it, right? South of Taylorville, that's where we're starting to see that kind of couplet still with us. Stonington, Moweaqua, Assumption, and Dunkel and Locust. Those are the spots that are still under that tornado warning, kind of, hey, you're not in your safe space yet. Now's the time to do so. I know we're cutting into the prices, right? But this is a little bit more important. Keep that in mind. Taylorville, Stonington, and Locust, those are the spots right now. And plus, this storm by itself, even without that spot of rotation, along that line, just very strong wind gusts. We saw that earlier in Springfield too. So keep that in mind, folks. You want to take these very seriously. Even if you're not in the vicinity of that rotation, if you're in that polygon, you have to take it seriously. We got to respect it too. So keep that in mind. Otherwise, though, I haven't seen any major reports just yet, which is some good news. But overall, we're going to stay with you until 11:15 or until this gets canceled. Again, tornado warning until 11:15. That does include Christian County, Stonington, Moweaqua, Assumption, and Taylorville. 29. Again, this is another view. I don't think, and Seth, you can agree with me on this, maybe or not. I might be wrong, but it doesn't look as impressive as it was. So that is some good news, but we still have to take it seriously because it is a tornado warning until 11:15 for that area. So keep that in mind.
Things, yeah, I'd say you're kind of right on the ball there, Adam. If we can, let's take the Max 1 graphics full. Just kind of want to show people what I'm looking at here. This was about 5 minutes ago. This was what prompted that initial tornado warning. You can just kind of see some of these brighter reds and greens. Looked like there was a little bit more rotation than what there was at one point, and we've even had a report passed to us from the National Weather Service. There was a funnel cloud sighted just west of Taylorville High School. That may have been when that happened. As we advance this forward, though, we see the next scan. It's kind of more broad as it moved over Taylorville, and now let's head to the most recent scans. As we just kind of zoom out and look at this thing, it kind of looks like it's maybe starting to favor more straight line winds. That's why you see the greens and the reds are a little more parallel. Still an area of interest southeast of Taylorville, soon moving into Velma there along 29. But yeah, not quite what we saw at one point in time, but at the very least, some strong winds within this. You'll want to be inside, away from any walls or windows, regardless of whether or not anything happens to hit the ground. And we'll go from that point. But yes, this tornado warning is in effect until 11:15. So we've got at least another 15 minutes here to follow this and cover this. However, we will both kind of agree that it does not quite have the same look to it did at one point. And another thing to mention, I'm going to pull up my reflectivity here real quick, just kind of the standard radar that we're used to. It's kind of starting to merge with maybe a little bit of clutter out in front of it. So we'll see if that either enhances the rotation, kind of drowns it out a little bit, but just little mergers like these can just do some weird things with these storms sometimes. times in either direction. So just another feature that could kind of impact how things are evolving here with the storm as it moves to the east, Adam.
Okay, yeah, we're just kind of watching things right now because we don't really have anything except for that funnel report there just west of Taylorville High School. Otherwise, though, yeah, it doesn't look as impressive as it does, but we still respect the polygon around here. So Taylorville, Stonington, just north of Dunkel to Assumption and Moweaqua. Those are the spots to watch out for. Again, I'm going to kind of play this too because it is interesting how quickly it kind of just fell apart. We were watching it as it went to Zenobia, so I'm going to pull it all the way back to there, and we kind of noticed that you can see it tightening up a little bit there towards Zenobia, Pawnee area. Picks up a bit more. Right there is when we had our first severe thunderstorm warning, and then they put the tornado warning right there about Taylorville. So again, Taylorville still have to be in your tornado safe space. We respect the polygon around here. 11:15, Stonington, Moweaqua, Assumption, Dunkel, Locust, and Wiley's. Those are the spots that you really have to be in your safe space right now. Again, just because we say it looks better doesn't mean we don't have eyes on the ground right now to know what's going on there. So just take it with some seriousness over time. I just think that there's some positive news coming out of the fact that it doesn't look quite as impressive in scans. There's still a couplet there. It's just not as defined as it was a little while ago, too. So, again, we are going to keep tabs on these storms. I mean, it's been quite a morning already. We've been streaming for quite some time, since about the 9 o'clock hour of the morning show. So just be bearing with us. I know we're going to get more scans. That one even looks even worse than the one before, which is good news. I don't know. It's not like I'm not sold that it's gone.
Correct. It's interesting because I think at this point it's starting to become rain wrapped, and maybe the rain could be interfering what's happening within that as well. But if we kind of turn things to velocity here real quick, again, we're watching this little notch kind of right down here. So as we flip this over to velocity, we'll kind of see maybe the winds are, again, it's just kind of parallel to each other. Maybe down there around the Locust area, something's trying to maybe reform here a little bit. It's going to be a little complicated as this crashes into other storms as to what's going to happen here. But regardless, you see these bright colors, you know there's some strong winds. There's probably still at least some broad rotation on this as it marches off to the east. So as far as, you know, kind of where this is heading, still Assumption, Dunkel, eventually it's probably going to stay south of the Moweaqua area. But just kind of, again, you're still in that tornado warning polygon. And things, like we've said with these linear storms, they happen quickly. You know, at one point in a storm, it looks like this. 5 minutes later, there's some rotation. So that's why we keep tabs on this stuff and kind of don't say anything official until those warnings are dropped, because these linear storms can do some funny things. Not this last Friday, but the Friday before. We saw that. Lots of tornadoes here in our area.
We've already seen this warning trimmed too a little bit, which is good news. Tornado warning has been trimmed a little bit, so it does include Taylorville, Stonington, Locust, Moweaqua, Assumption, and I think the worst of the rotation is going to stay south of Moweaqua. That's some good news too. We're going to get constantly updates from the radar as it keeps scanning, and as I look at this, as I agree, it's just hard to look at. There's just features that kind of stick out, but they're nothing super solid. These are not looking at supercells. We're looking at a line of storms, and again, you're probably wondering, what about Edinburgh? What about Morrisonville? You guys are outside of the tornado warning, which is great news, and outside of the area we're watching for that. But I would say Moweaqua, Assumption, Stonington, Locust, Taylorville still be in your safe space until we start to see this trimmed up a bit more. But if you're in Bear Creek, Kincaid, I think you guys are good to go. You are outside of that polygon for now, which is good. I don't expect it to be put back in. Somebody said by Blue Mound there was a lot of activity too, just outside of Blue Mound. I think you guys are going to get worse, the precipitation more than anything else outside between Stonington and Blue Mound. Macon staying out of it too. A lot of Macon County people have been asking what about next, and I think a lot of it's just going to be slowly migrating this way. Again, it is very messy when you have these cell mergers, and we have this line out in front of it that just kind of formed out of nowhere. That's going to make things messy too. So could enhance things, could also be kind of cooling things down or causing more of the collisions to get things more messy. But it's still worth respecting that polygon, making sure that, hey, if you're in that polygon, Assumption, Moweaqua, Taylorville, Kincaid, well, pretty much not Kincaid anymore, but Locust, those are the spots you need to, hey, get in your safe space, which I'm sure I've said a million times, but I'm going to keep saying it to make sure that we're staying on track with where we need to be. It's 11:15. Nothing's been confirmed yet. Seth, you can...
Yeah, we're just kind of scanning all available resources to us here, including our chat with the National Weather Service. Other than that, funnel cloud spotting, we haven't heard a whole lot otherwise. We can also look to see what all of the Taylorville airport reported, because we can at least get in there and see some of these strong wind gusts. It's kind of just incrementally reporting right now, as is the case sometimes when a storm moves overhead. So nothing within the last 5 minutes here, update-wise, as far as any sort of strong winds. But we see what this line has looked like here in the last several scans as we move it forward in time. Not quite the same setup that we saw before. I think this is perhaps starting to become a little bit more of a straight-lined wind sort of situation. And that is the case with these linear systems a lot. Like I mentioned 2 Fridays ago, those storms just looked like straight-line winds for a while, and then boom, rotation, and then sometimes that rotation would come down and just to come back up at some point later. So we're still keeping an eye on this. It is going to escape this tornado warning polygon here probably in the next 5 minutes. So we'll have to see what the next decision is going to be from the Weather Service as far as do they continue the tornado warning? Do they lean more towards a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible still? But we dive into things, and like I mentioned earlier, when we talk about looking at the velocity fields for possible tornado anywhere, it needs to look like some bright greens and reds kind of collided together. And we just kind of have this broad parallel look between the two of them.
Right.
Again, maybe something around here is trying, but that's not anything that
That's a little too far south where we would normally look for in our if we look
Correct.
at reflectivity is showing something a little bit more northward. So again, not really something it's one of those that you look at one thing and then another to kind of figure things out. But we are in the polygon still for Locust, Assumption, Moweaqua until 11:15. Does include Christian County for the most part. Sangamon County has been trimmed up quite a bit. Taylorville, Stonington, if you're out towards Blue Mountain, people have been asking about that. Just a lot of heavy precipitation there. Might even see some hail and Locust there too. So again, we're starting to see this thing almost get out of the box, out of the polygon for the tornado warning, but we're going to still stay on air because that's our policy for you. Moweaqua, Stonington, Assumption, Locust, and Taylorville. Yes.
Okay, never mind. I'm sorry. I was looking at something wrong. Yeah, my apologies. I got a couple boxes tangled, so go ahead. My apologies.
Yep, no problem. Hey, that happens. I just wanted to make sure we had new information. So, yeah, as this line kind of races forward too, it's just going to be one of those spots where it's mashing up to other cells that are trying to pop up from the outflow boundary, which is no surprise there. And that outflow boundary later today could be a problem. So we're not done just yet, but it's that tornado kind of polygon we're still watching, the tornado warning for Christian County. Again, radar indicated, nothing's been confirmed. We did have a report, though, west of Taylorville High School, there was a funnel cloud. But again, nothing's set in stone just yet. So we're going to keep an eye out for that. A lot of folks have been saying there have been sirens going off in Taylorville. But yeah, it's one of those where you can get these rotations that pop up real quick. And we'll talk about them, and they start to fade, and vice versa. They start to fade and then come right back, too, sometimes. So far, we haven't seen that kind of resurgence, which is good news. But we still have to respect that polygon. Tornado warning, in effect, Moweaqua, all the way to Taylorville, too. So those are the spots you want to kind of be in. Again, not looking as impressive on radar, so that's the good news. Bad news is we still have that tornado warning, and then for the next 10 minutes at least.
Yep, we're going to kind of let this thing see what it does here in the next 10 minutes.
Right.
And we can see on the latest scan that reflectivity is now pushing to the kind of far eastern reaches of Christian County. So regardless of whether or not this tornado warning extends, there's going to be some severe weather. There's going to be some severe storm caliber impacts as we head on off here to the east into parts of northwestern Shelby County. So just be prepared for that down the line. So there's our latest reflectivity scan. Let's also dive into velocity, see if there's anything new to be seen on that. And it looks like velocity still has yet to get that newest scan. So we'll kind of let it sit here and see what that next scan looks like. But probably some strong winds and the possible area of broad rotation heading over Assumption right now as it starts to make its way. It looks like that scan's just about to come in. I see one side of it there on the right side of the screen about to update. So again, we'll kind of keep it here and see that next scan come on through. There it is. So I mean, that next scan kind of is bringing a little bit of that rotation back, you know, just southwest of Radford, north of Assumption, about to cross 51. So again, this is kind of what you look for more when these couplets kind of start to come together. For a while, they've had kind of these dual colors contrasting. Now we might have something we'll need to watch in the next couple of scans between Radford and Assumption along 51 there as it moves off to the east. So still stay vigilant here if you're in northern Shelby County, because this thing very well could continue, but as is the nature with these, Adam, these storms just, they pulse up, they pulse down, rotation tightens, rotation loosens a little bit. It's just kind of a minute-by-minute thing, as is the case a lot of the times with these tornado warnings.
Yeah, so this is one of those, if you want to go back to me real quick, right in that area you mentioned between Radford and Assumption, southwest of Radford, that's the spot where we're starting to see a little bit of rotation pick up again, a little bit of resurgence, but that does make a little bit of sense looking at the notches right there within this storm. So it does kind of make sense over there. Again, now at this point, we're pretty much just watching Radford to Moweaqua, Prairieton. Okay, Taylorville, you guys are out of the polygon. That's the good news. Really, it's just Prairieton, Moweaqua, and Assumption. Those are the spots we're watching out for the tornado warning right now. Basically 51, US 51, or Illinois 51, excuse me. That's where we're seeing the opportunity for that. So just be mindful, folks, as you're traveling for this afternoon, this evening, that we aren't done with severe weather. We've got more coming up. This is just kind of a precursor to what's going to happen later on for today. Again, tornado warning till 11:15, trimming that box quite a bit. Don't know if they're going to extend that warning just yet. We'll find out pretty soon, but it does include Moweaqua, Radford, Assumption, and even out towards Prairieton, though Prairieton's on the other side of that precipitation too. Taylorville, I think you're good. You're good for now. Locust, you're good. Stonington, you're good as well. Edinburgh, too. I think you guys are all good. You're still going to have some thunder and lightning and some rain for sure, but these are just all things to keep track of. Looking into Shelby County, that's kind of up next. Those are where we're going to see kind of watch out for maybe an extension. We'll have to wait and see. We're going to keep getting more scans as we move forward in time. And again, maybe we'll see a tightening. Maybe we'll see some weakening. You don't know how these go. They get very pulsy at times too. They go back and forth. They pulse up, pulse down, pulse up, pulse down. So keep that in mind. Very pulse-like in nature.
Yeah. So. One thing I would love to do, if we're able to do it back there in production, can we have maybe double boxes with Adam, and then let's get the Decatur camera up. I fed it into the third weather metrics here. So there's storm activity all across the area, all up and down this line. The tornado warnings where we're seeing the rotation, but there's still severe weather impacts ever. I mean, look at that Decatur camera. You can't see anything, strong winds, heavy rain. So even if you're not in the tornado warning area, there's still some strong storm activity with that tornado possible tag on it. But we're not seeing any areas of rotation outside of that one that currently has the warning. But just wanted to bring that up for anyone tuning in. Yes, it's storming here across many parts in the area, but our attention is kind of fixated on that tornado warned spot north of Assumption between there and Moweaqua, because that is the only kind of evident area where there is some rotation. But clearly a storm happening across a good chunk of the area. Just wanted to bring that up as well.
Yeah, now we're starting to see these march a little bit more eastward, so we're going to see these kind of area-wide in terms of showers and storms, and the opportunity to see some more of that, basically those strong winds kick up too as well. Moweaqua, Radford, and Assumption, that is kind of the area we're watching right here along 51. That's where we're watching a little bit of that notch in there. We'll take a look at velocity in just a second. Let it get another scan in real quick. All right, let's take a look at that scan. You can already see it looks a little bit more linear in nature. Let's pull up reflectivity or velocity and go from reflectivity to that. All right, so there's a look right now. It's still there between Radford and Moweaqua. So we'll keep an eye on that. We're going to get more scans as we go forward in time. But on my end, and I don't know if you see it too, you're at Storm Relative. I have Storm Relative. It's still there between Radford and Moweaqua, I would say right there.
Yeah, I think I have yet to get the newest scan.
Okay.
I think it's probably just a few
different.
seconds away, so I'll be able to verify that here in
I also have Storm Relative. You have
just standard
base
velocity,
yeah.
But I've got another computer here on the side that is just a little ahead of it. But it does look like you said, yeah, there's still that spot between Radford and Assumption, but I think here in just a moment, this next scan is going to reveal things a little bit more of that parallel look between the greens and the reds like we saw before. But I'm still seeing enough there kind of in and around Assumption. And so there we go. I think that's the newest scan here right now. So anywhere in this polygon still has the areas we're watching for. Again, Moweaqua and Radford kind of got something trying to go here. Maybe there's something trying its best down there southwest of Assumption, but this is still the area to watch right here. Again, we'll see what the Weather Service is going to do here shortly. They're going to let the tornado warning expire at 11:15 for Christian County. No word on whether or not it's extended eastward into Shelby just yet, so we'll keep you updated on that. But their plan is to let this tornado warning expire here in 4 minutes. So just kind of stick with us here for the next couple minutes to see what their decision is on this, and we'll kind of go from there. Still enough to at least kind of suggest tornado possible. Whether or not there's that tornado warning, again, we'll find out here before too long.
Quite a broad area, too, of, I'm going to pull up reflectivity again, of just a severe thunderstorm warning, pretty much just encompassing a good chunk of our viewing area, much of Piatt and DeWitt County, too, in that, and starting to go into a little bit of Champaign County as well. Let me see if I can find that real quick. All right, base reflectivity is what we're talking about here. So as we look, remember, green goes towards the radar, red goes away from. That's why we watch it out. There's our radar there in Lincoln, and you can see Decatur getting that heavy rain we just showed you a little bit ago, but it looks like a lot of it just on that broad stretch of a severe thunderstorm warning, including Bement, Farmer City, all the way down towards places like Monticello, Decatur, and again, down to the south. We're just still watching that spot just between Moweaqua and Assumption and Radford. Again, looking a little bit more parallel than what we would see if we're looking for tornadic activity. There's a little bit of a notch there, but nothing too intense. We're going to keep an eye on that because that could still be something to look with as well.
Yeah, newest reflectivity scan now has the leading edge of that storm kind of almost into Shelby County exclusively. Right. It looks like it's kind of passing that county line right now. So it has escaped that initial tornado warning here that will expire here in the next 3 minutes. Again, we're watching to see if they are going to, so let's see here. I believe they're continuing a severe thunderstorm warning that was already ahead of this tornado warning. Okay. So you can kind of see this red or this yellow box here in front of it. I believe they're going to let that warning also take care of this area of interest. So it looks like they're leaning towards severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag still to it. Again, we'll see what happens once they kind of get that first tornado warning out of here. But it looks like, from what I can see, that is the direction they're opting to head, is to put the severe thunderstorm warning tag on it here at 11:15. All
right, that's some good news then. We're going to stick with it until we get this polygon out of here, but for the most part, we've got some really good news out of that latest update. Thank you, Seth, to help us kind of figure out what we're doing next. About next 2 minutes at 11:15 is when it finally does expire. Again, Assumption, and really the line has moved away from Assumption and Moweaqua, but those are still the polygon spots there. Out to the west towards Taylorville, you guys are good. You're just getting thunder and lightning right now, but that TOR possible tag is still with that severe thunderstorm warning on the leading edge of that. So just keep that in mind that we're not completely out of the woods. We're just, watching to see what happens next as this tornado warning possibly expire in the next minute or so here.
Yeah, I say the tornado warnings get our attention. That's why we hop in and do this stuff. Exactly. Once this warning kind of goes away here, that doesn't mean severe weather is over. There's still plenty of it here. I mean, up and down this line, there is severe caliber storms up and down it. There's just some strong winds, some areas that might try to rotate here at some point. But again, this one's been the one we've been following most of the morning. And you can just even kind of tell on reflectivity, things just look a little more flat, a little less organized than what it did at one point in time. This isn't exactly what you look at to have a tornadic storm. So we'll kind of follow that as it moves forward here. But the threat level over the last 15 minutes has definitely evolved to take more of a strong wind step towards it here. And we're just seconds away from 11:15. What we'll probably do is, once that warning drops, we'll just kind of stick around for a minute or two, see if there's any other official warnings put out. So there goes the red box. So we no longer have a tornado warning in effect here in the area. But
that's
what we'll do is just kind of stick around here for the next minute or two in the event that they are in between issuings of warnings. But from what I've gathered, it sure looks like it's going to stay with this severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag route. So good news, no more tornado warning here in the area, but we just want to make sure that all boxes are checked here to make sure that that is not going to continue here. And it looks like they have issued, yes, okay, so there we go. You just saw it on your screen, new severe thunderstorm warning in place of that tornado warning. This is going to include a lot of Shelby County, a lot of Moultrie County, but the key thing here, no tornado warning. So with that being said, since that looks like the routes we are going to go, I think you would agree, Adam, we'll probably be wrapping things up here on the television side, returning to normal programming anytime now if production wants to get to work on that. We will continue things on our stream, but no tornado warning means back to just digital coverage here soon.
And we will be with that for the next couple of times. Hopefully we don't have to hop back on here, but thank you for joining us. We'll get it back to regular programming as we speak.
Okay, microphones are back, and so are we here exclusively on our digital channels. Thanks for hanging in there with us. If you were watching online, had to hop on television there to cover a tornado warning across Christian County. That was in effect for all of 30 minutes, but we are now back exclusively on our digital channels. thankfully, Adam, that warning has come and passed.
Right.
And hopefully that's the only one we see here out of this morning. Hopefully it's the only one we see all day long. But
honestly,
we'll kind of see how things go here throughout the afternoon. But for now, we are back on our digital channels, and we're ready to rock and roll here again, Adam.
Yes, yeah. We're just kind of resetting and refocusing back to our stream. Can everyone hear me? Can everyone hear us? I know we had to switch over from production to here. Looks like what they do, so that's
Yep,
good.
looks like everything's good here on the audio side of things.
Perfect, 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 perfect.
But like we said, Adam, not to toot our own horn here, but if you were on our digital coverage, we kind of had an idea of where that was heading about 5 or 10 minutes before the warning. So that's why it's always important to, when there's a severe thunderstorm warning, treat it like something else could happen later, because that's what happened in this case.
Yeah, and it's already been a busy morning in the weather office. We're getting close to talking about our noon show here, and at that point, we will probably switch over to the noon show, cut off audio for a little bit on the streaming side of things, and then start to kind of do the show, come back if need be. Hopefully these storms start to wind down a little bit more. We'll have to wait and see, but it looks like they're trending in a positive direction in terms of just being wind only, driven only, but that doesn't mean we're out of the woods completely. We still have a lot of the rest of the day to go, not just with this line of storms, but also later today we've got maybe another round of storms coming in as well. I haven't even looked at the SBC outlook. Would you do that for me real quick there?
So
I'm just curious.
There should be an 11:30 update.
Okay.
So we might be a tad early on it.
We're
Sometimes
early.
I get these day one outlooks confused, but we'll keep an eye on that. Next outlook scheduled by, 11:30.
Okay,
so we'll
cool.
get that here hopefully in the next 10 minutes. And more model runs coming in here by the hour. I'll keep track of that here on the side. Maybe give folks a look at future track here before.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would like to see a future track, just see
And I think you and I would as well, because this morning stuff is in that process of kind of cutting across the heart of the area. And to me, again, we'll see what happens. To me, it's kind of good that this is still across the core of our area at 11:30 or 11:20, what it is right now, because that's going to make it hard to catch up and recover on things in some places throughout the day. Where exactly that dividing line is, still a bit of a question, but this is what we wanted to see. We didn't want to see severe weather this morning, but
We want to see precipitation.
if it comes at the cost of all of a sudden eliminating that second round, what's happened this morning hasn't been too bad, and we would love to keep things just out of our area here, all things considered.
Right. So again, as I mentioned before, when we get to our noon show, we're going to switch back to what we did during the 9 o'clock hour, and to go from there, kind of help go from there.
Okay, so again, we've been streaming for over 2 hours now. We've been on here since at least before 9 a.m. I remember walking in here, and Adam was already on the stream getting things ready to go there for us. So we've been on this here for quite some time, bringing you the coverage here with this morning round. That again is not the main event for today, but what I will show you real quick, once I just kind of scan through things, make sure there's no funny business going in this current line. Still looks like mainly strong winds. And okay, well, right after we dropped that tornado warning, there's now another one. So we're going to do what we did just a moment ago. Last 5 minutes have shown enough. So back to it again here real quick. Stand by, folks. We're going to get things moving around here. Okay, Adam, we are working on hopping back on air here.
Okay.
Again, folks here on the digital channels, enough has been seen to issue a second tornado warning. It's pretty much the exact same part of the storm that we saw earlier, but it is now going to, there's going to be another one. This is across northern Shelby County into parts of southern Moultrie County, and we are going to get hopping on air here before too long, and we will get you the latest on that. So stand by here as we hop over to our severe weather coverage. Okay, good morning, folks. Meteorologist Seth Bonoff here. Right when we saw that first tornado warning be expired, it took about 5 minutes, but there is now enough evidence that a second one has been issued here as part of that same storm. So we are now watching northern Shelby County, parts of southern Moultrie County. A new tornado warning has been issued. It looks like the main area of rotation is right here around the Yantisville area. Again, far northern Shelby County, but this is heading eventually towards a place like Findlay, and maybe eventually out there closer to the Sullivan area. We'll kind of see what direction it wants to take as it advances off to the east, but that's currently what we're seeing right now. Again, new tornado warning. This one is going to be in place until, let's check the time on this one. This one's going to be in place until 11:45. So we're going to be handling this one for the next 23 minutes. Again, this was between this was just within the last 5 minutes. Tornado warning looked like things had kind of flattened out. That's why we stuck around on television there for a couple minutes after just to see if anything else happened. And then right when we jumped off, some things started to come together there in the blink of an eye. So new tornado warning across parts of northern Shelby and southern Moultrie County. This one is actually pretty far downstream. This goes all the way to the county line on the east side of Shelby County, on the east side of Moultrie County as well. So we're keeping an eye out for that here as we approach 11:30 here in the morning across central Illinois. So as has been the case all day long, we've got these strong winds up and down this line of storms, but there's just been a couple of places here where the rotation has tightened up a little bit. And this particular storm, what I'll even do here is just throw a 30-minute loop on it and just kind of slowly guide you through how this thing has evolved. So we'll just send it all the way back to the beginning. The initial tornado warning right there around the Taylorville area, you can kind of see where those bright colors came together. Then it flattened out just a little bit, and then within the last 5 minutes, another little area of rotation here right near Yantisville, soon to cross 128 there in Shelby County. That has prompted this next tornado warning. So again, just want to make it clear to folks, this is still our first round of the day. We're not expecting lots of areas of rotation to develop, but that was kind of the concern with these linear storms, is that things are going to tighten together a little bit and kind of bring us that chance for maybe an embedded tornado. So that's what we're seeing here right now. If you're in the Yantisville area, eventually out there into Findlay, be in your tornado safe spot, get to the lowest level of your home, cover up, do whatever you can, stay away from those exterior windows and walls. This is moving east at 45 miles an hour. So real quick, I'll draw a polygon out here and we will time things out for folks downstream of this thing. And we'll do that right now, point it off to the east for as far out as the warning goes. So you're going to see a list of towns pop up here, along with the timing of where that area of rotation is going to move through. So Duval in the next 7 minutes or so. Findlay, including, again, the Findlay High School. School is in session. It's a Monday in the next 7 minutes. So if you're watching us out that way, make sure you're following your tornado warning procedures. Again, cover up. Get as far away from the exterior windows and walls as you can. Eventually heading to Sullivan in the next 20 minutes if things kind of stay on track right now. Eventually out there towards Allenville. We'll see if this holds together as it moves through Moultrie and eventually into Coles County, but at least for the moment, those are the places directly in line for this tornado warned storm. Let's pop it back to reflectivity here real quick, and we will see that we'll kind of see where the rain is in association with some of the stronger winds here, so we'll get that loaded up here real quick, and we just kind of dive in here, correct ourselves on the location. So it's in a rain-free environment. There was kind of concern there for a minute that we were or not concern, I should say. There was kind of hope that we would kind of see things collapse, see some rain kind of fall down into it, and perhaps kind of ruin the best area for the storm. But anytime you kind of have this little clearing here in front of the storm, again, right there around the Findlay area is where that area of rotation is. So there's no rain right here in this little pocket. That's going to allow things to rotate a little bit. Sometimes when you get the rain to go right over that rotation, the downward motion kind of cancels out that upward motion, and things just kind of are soured out here. But as long as we have this clear pocket, I still think this back line, which is responsible for these warnings, is slowly catching up to that front line. So we'll see if things can kind of come together and maybe make things collapse here at some point in time. But for the moment, tornado warning in effect for parts of Shelby and Moultrie County here over the next 20 minutes. So we're keeping an eye on that. We've also got meteorologist Adam Sherwinski still here with us. Adam, see anything in the chat? You got anything, any new updates here as far as this storm or any other storm?
No, I just want to make sure everyone knows who's in the polygon. If you want to float up to max 1 real quick, what you'll see is that we've got Windsor, Strasburg, Shelbyville, Henton. That does include Lake Shelbyville too as well. Yantisville, all the way up to Tower Hill, Bethany, and Sullivan. Those are all until 11:45. So a reminder, that's where you're going to want to be if you have severe thunderstorm warnings or a tornado warning. You have to seek shelter. We've been talking about it all morning. Respect the polygon. Now is the time to do so. So keep that in mind. That we're going to keep an eye on these storms. Reflectivity on this has really looked pretty good with these thunderstorms as we move forward in time. Had to step off screen a little bit to help fix my IFB. But otherwise, though, showers and storms, Sullivan, Windsor. You guys right now are dealing more so with the stuff. You want to pull back to max 2 real quick and me on camera, you'll see that we have more opportunities for just those kind of like frontal storms, those front of the line storms, than Finlay, kind of in between those two. But we really want to keep an eye on these storms as it moves forward, because again, it takes one or two little kinks to really change things up. I'm going to pull up base velocity just to kind of see what's going on within these storms. I mean, you can see a lot with reflectivity. You can see even more sometimes within this core of the storm as you get that. So Finlay would be the spot right now. I see a little bit of that rotation. Seth, if I'm wrong, let me know. But
looks right to me.
Looks like Finlay's the spot. Yantisville's on the back side of it already, which is some good news. Tower Hill, you're kind of away from that too. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more, and it looks like Finlay, north side of town, going out of town, you're taking 178 or 128, excuse me, Illinois 128. That's going to be the spot where we see some of that rotation right there. County Highway 2 and County Highway 3 north of Finlay. That's where you're going to see the opportunity for some rotation there. Again, not super impressive, but enough that it spawned that tornado warning until 11:45. So keep that in mind, folks.
Yeah, one thing I want to bring up here over on my computer is the fact that I really do think this back line is catching up to that front line. There's only a 4-mile gap between where the rain is showing up on those two. So I'm thinking, you know, these mergers can be complicated. They can do some funny things sometimes. But I'm thinking if that back line catches up to that front line, we get a little more rain over the center of rotation. Probably some of that downward motion might kind of drown out things. That's something to kind of monitor. Hopefully something like that could happen. But like I said, as long as there's this little clearing ahead of this main area of rotation here, this thing's going to be allowed to rotate without too much hindering it. But if we can kind of get it to crash into this rain and drown things out there as it moves off to the east, that's something to take a look at here as we move forward in time, but we'll just kind of have to see. As has been the nature here with this particular segment of this particular storm, the rotation ramps up and then it kind of comes down. Ramps up, then it comes down. And that happens a lot with these, linear storms. Right now, that one looking just a little more broad than what it did before. But this is, a time of the day where folks need to be aware of what's happening. It's lunchtime. It's a Monday. It's late April. Schools are still in session, whether it be, Finley, maybe out there towards Sullivan, Windsor. School is in session. Just want to make sure everyone is following the tornado warning procedures here with those storms and staying safe. Hopefully things blowing over here without too much harm, but we want to make sure that you are as prepared as you can possibly be. That's why we look at a place like Sullivan. We look at a place like Windsor down the line. Even though things don't look as bad as what they did 5 minutes ago, right between when we hopped on air the first time and the second time, things didn't look bad either, and then they were. So it's just a minute-by-minute, scan-by-scan type of situation where, it can look like it's just straight-line winds, then it starts to tighten up and rotate. So very much so a minute-by-minute, scan-by-scan type of situation, Adam.
Up by Bethany, I mean, looking at that velocity, and I've got it pulled up too, probably just straight-line winds more so. You're still in the polygon, but the majority of that is straight-line winds there from the other or lighter-colored side. So you're probably thinking, what is all that? That is just strong winds suggested upper in the atmosphere, possibly making it to the surface. So still pretty windy out there. The notch itself that we're kind of watching for this tornado warning would be closer to Finlay. That's where we're seeing it. Again, County Road 128, you're on the other side of it, but if you're between 128 all the way to County Highway 2 and County Highway, or Finlay Road, I guess you could kind of call it too, Kirksville, even on the polygon as well. So these are all things to keep in mind as folks are traveling, going to lunch, maybe done for the day too. Some folks are done by lunchtime for their work. Sullivan also under the gun too as well for this polygon. We have a bigger polygon than what we had before. It's bigger than the last one. Yantisville, Hentis, Tower Hill, you're still in the polygon, but you're on the back side of this. You're getting more of the winds on the back side of this line of storms. Windsor, Stroudsburg, Sullivan, Finlay, and Shelbyville, especially Finlay, where we're kind of watching that kink too as well. That's what we're watching out for. Bethany and Cushman, you guys are, even Lovington, you guys are probably going to see more of the gusty winds right now, even though Bethany, you're in the polygon. Make sure you're in your tornado safe space. Lovington northward, I think, to Dalton City, you're getting the heavy winds right now. No surprise there. Arthur, you're not too far away from that too to get some strong winds. So hopefully you're inside in your safe space. So again, this is one of those that's just a wide polygon, and I think part of the reason why is they want to make sure that any other little notches that show up are accounted for too. Mainly that Finlay one is the one that catches my attention the most. Between Shelbyville and Finlay up to Bethany, that's the main kind of line too. Respect the polygon, make sure you're in your safe space until about 11:45. We're going to stay with this as we continue going forward. Any updates?
Yes, I have some images to share with a storm that passed through earlier out there in Christian County. This was near 1025 East and Illinois Route 48. A tree coming down over the road there. causing a single grain semi rollover. This is according to Christian County Emergency Management. So we've got some branches there over the roadways. Again, around 1025 East and Route 48 is where this is. So at the very least, we've mentioned if there's a tornado in there, that's obviously something to be worried about. But the straight line winds, the strong winds within this are going to cause damage either way. So whether or not there is an actual tornado in progress, these kind of strong winds can cause that. And you can even see that truck there in the background with the grain spilled onto the grass.
Yeah.
Again, this was as that storm was moving through Christian County. The same storm that we're tracking right now over the top of Findlay, though, Adam.
Yes. Findlay's got kind of that hook we're looking at, or that little kind of couplet, as we call it there, where we've got that little kink in the line right there, 128 to Findlay. That's where we're watching out for. Duval, not too far away, but you're probably going to get some gusty winds, and Shelbyville still under the gun too as well. And this does include Lake Shelbyville too, so hopefully you're not out on the water right now. It'd be a really weird time to be out there anyway. It's storming, come on. Allenville, also underneath the Polygon, Sullivan, Windsor, Gaze, to Stroudsburg, the north side of town. Tower Hill, Dollyville, Henton, Yantisville. You guys are still in it, but you're on the backside of the area of kind of concern. Doesn't mean you put your guard down, just means that, hey, something to keep in mind. Probably going to see a trimming of this pretty soon.
Yeah. Also want to call attention, we're watching that area of rotation, but I do also want to bring up a lot of populated areas are under warnings right now. Champaign County has a severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay.
Vermilion County, including Danville, has one too. So despite not being in a tornado warned area, we have severe thunderstorm warning impacts coming to us. It also has a tornado possible tag. I'm not seeing anything that suggests there is anything imminently about to rotate as it moves into Champaign County. Maybe there's just something flat, but it's all kind of buried in rain right now. So severe thunderstorm impacts happening here all across the area, even outside of that tornado warning box. But we've got Champaign and Danville, two highly populated cities here in our area under that warning. Yeah. But again, want to also keep our attention here on any sort of pockets of rotation, and the best one still appears to be out there closer to Shelby and Moultrie County.
Thank you so much, Seth. I know a lot of folks are probably wanting to know about that. We get a lot of questions all the time. Even if we were out by Springfield or Jacksonville talking about the weather, they want to talk about Champaign County, Danville. Totally understand that. Just right now we're focusing where the tornado warning is. Outside of Findlay, it's still got that kind of wave to it, not completely perpendicular, not completely parallel either. So that means that Sullivan, you're going to get some pretty strong winds. Bethany, you're on the other side of the strong winds. Yankeesville, Henton, and all the way down south to Shelbyville even, we're going to see probably more of those winds. I'm betting that lake is not going to be very fun to be on right now, Lake Shelbyville. So just be mindful of that as you're out and about for today. Maybe stay off the water. Sullivan, going to get some really strong wind gusts too as well. You're not really under that area we're watching for the kind of rotation just yet, but we are watching that because there are still some strong wind gusts too that can cause some problems. You're still under this tornado warning too in Sullivan and Allenville. Haven't seen any reports added. So much we've just seen flooded roadways, even some hail reports there, but nothing that really sticks out to me, Seth, unless you see something.
Yeah.
Seth's turning the cameras right now. We're going to try and get a view of those storms here in just a bit. More so on our streams as we go into Mattoon, so keep that in mind.
Yeah, the only thing to relay, I can't show the image here, but it does look like there was a pretty evident funnel cloud in that storm as it was near Kincaid and Taylorville earlier today when that initial tornado warning was issued. And that is the same part of the storm that is now over the top of Shelby County, heading off to the east here soon. So it does look like there was a pretty good-looking funnel cloud there at one point. But again, keeping an eye on just that little bit of clearing there, south and east of Findlay, the clearing in the rain, and just kind of in between Findlay, Shelbyville, and Windsor. There's, again, just kind of some broad contrast there. Sullivan, we kind of have to watch maybe a feature like this. You can kind of see where things are. Let me get my arrow tool pulled out. There we go. So just kind of this little thing right here, maybe this starts to rotate a little bit, but right through Sullivan, it just looks like some strong winds. Despite the fact that you're in this tornado warning polygon, it kind of looks like that area of interest is still kind of well south of you. But, you know, you need to be doing everything that you should be doing in a tornado warning. Be in your safe spot still, even if it's just these strong winds moving through. But there's some areas that we're continuing to watch, maybe kind of shifting focus here location-wise. We'll see what kind of spots of interest here start to take off, if any of them do. But I also want to bring up, again, this back line with this rotation is just slowly catching up to that line in front of it. And we'll see how the interaction holds here with time. But we'll also show you the view in Mattoon looking off to the west. Again, there's a line in front of this line that is bringing us those tornado warnings. That's what you're seeing there in the distance as we look off to the west, but just be prepared for storm activity to head that direction and within view of one of our cameras here before too long. So Again, it is 11:36. The active tornado warning in the area is in effect until 11:45. There is still enough present to keep that warning around here at least through that initial expiration time. So that is what we're paying the most attention to, but also it's storming up here in Champaign now. We've heard thunder outside the studio for a while. It's storming up and down Tolono, Tuscola, Arcola. This line is just moving on through and keeping things active here for us across the area this morning. We'll even take a quick look outside here of our studio on Neal Street. It's raining a good bit, and it's storming for sure. Some strong winds through here. But again, all severe thunderstorm warnings outside of what we're seeing there in parts of Shelby County. And we'll continue to get some new scans here over the next several minutes. Keep our eye on what's happening. It just looks like the gap's closing a little bit there, Adam, between those two. It's very slow. Hopefully at some point we can kind of drown everything out and the rain can kind of wash things out. But anytime you see a little separation here, you just have to watch out, because that's where that rotation is able to kind of be more unhindered and kind of behave on its own without the influence of another storm.
Yeah. Really want to watch this because we're already getting people that saying, hey, it's storming here in Champaign. We can hear the thunder right now. We do have those severe thunderstorm warnings with a tornado possible tag. That is not a tornado warning. Keep that in mind. Not a tornado warning, but something. There we go.
Okay, now we do. Is that, yes, there's, okay, so now we have a second tornado warning.
This one does include Champaign County, yes.
So I mentioned earlier there's a little bit of rotation east of Monticello. I think that's what they're looking at.
Right.
This is not spotter confirmed, so we'll keep an eye out for this. But now most of Champaign County, including the city of Champaign, is under a tornado warning. So now is the time to act. We've been saying it all morning with this other tornado warned storm. This stuff can happen in a hurry. It can look like nothing, and then it can quickly tighten up and begin to rotate. Yep. So Champaign, the city itself, Tolono out there towards places like Sedora, Seymour, Mahomet also included in this warning. Get to your tornado safe spot now as this storm is heading that direction. So now 2 tornado warnings across the area, one down in Shelby County, moving over into Moultrie County. And now the second one that has been issued for Champaign County, Adam.
Right, yeah, this is definitely one of those times that now we're starting to see those go into more populated areas again. Champaign County, that's definitely one where you want to take that seriously. We've already had our fair share of tornado warnings this season. We're not done yet, apparently, so make sure that you are getting where you need to be. I'm focusing down to the south again because that's one of our older tornado warnings. Haven't seen a new one pop up just in front of Sullivan or Gaze for Mattoon just yet, so Mattoon is not under the tornado warning yet, but Gaze, that is one spot that is also under the tornado warning. Sullivan into Windsor. Looks like Sullivan's going to get some really strong winds very soon, so keep that in mind. I'm going to take it back northward a little bit more, though, and I want to see, you said just to the east of Monticello, correct? Is that
yeah,
what you're looking
something. I don't, unless maybe that thing east of Beemit, too. There's just kind of a couple areas that I would consider more.
Near Ivesdale?
Yeah, between Beemit and Ivesdale.
That's messy. It's there, but it's messy.
Yeah, especially because there's rain on either side. Mm-hmm. Obviously, there's enough for the Weather Service to run with it, but this one just looks a little more messy to me. That's not to lower the urgency, because you still need to get to a spot right now with the way these storms have been behaving today.
Yes. So, all right, let's take a look at mine real quick, and I want to just show the areas that are impacted by this. I'm going to take off the alerts and just show, hold on one second, just the alerts itself. If I can get rid of the radar. And pull it back out, actually, zoom out. But there is that tornado warning. That is for much of Champaign County. Wow, we've got some lightning coming into town.
Yeah, that one was close to the studio.
Champaign, Pasodum, Tolono, Broadlands, Mahomet, Ogden, and just south of Rantoul. You guys need to be in your safe space. St. Joe, another spot too as well. Sydney, and into Savoy, Urbana, Whiteheath, a part of that too as well. Tornado warning in effect. That is until 12:15. So again, this is a storm we're watching out for, because now it's starting to get into a little bit more in the more populated areas of our viewing area. Not that the other spots weren't important too. And you can see Danville also that tornado possible tag for severe thunderstorm warning. So we're going to keep an eye on this moving forward. Radar indicated. We have not heard any reports just yet within the Champaign County area of a tornado warning. Seth, you got something for me?
Yeah, just going to kind of hone in on this one here across Champaign County. Also, what wouldn't be a bad idea if you're able to, Adam, maybe get the cameras pointed to the west here in Champaign, so that way we can kind of have a better look. The storm we've been worried about down there to the south, closer to Shelby County, kind of looked more on its own, had a little more room to operate with. It didn't have anything kind of contesting it. This storm does look a little messy here across parts of Champaign County. You can kind of see through here just lots of rain surrounding things. Let's hop in and see where we can kind of identify areas of rotation. Again, it's just kind of broad through here. There's a pocket of very heavy wind moving right through a Beamont right now. And just kind of watch Ivesdale. Again, nothing that looks super obvious, but there's some features. There's several features up and down this line. Perhaps one right here, perhaps something broad kind of coming through here. So we'll keep an eye on that here as far as the velocity fields go. But anytime you're in a tornado warning, especially out here across Champaign, where it's a little harder to move around town and where you maybe are on your lunch hour right now trying to get back to work and traffic's busy, just make sure you can get somewhere safely here anytime now, because anytime you're in that warning, that means time is of the essence here for you to get to where you need to go. What we'll also do is I'll see if I can get the velocity to be put in motion so we can kind of see how it's evolved over time. I kind of was watching that thing around Monticello to see if it was going to take over. But again, the way things sit right now, there's some strong pockets of wind. I don't see any kind of, obvious signs of tightening rotation, but we'll continue to keep an eye on things here in Champaign County, of course, Adam, as that is quite urgent for a lot of people here.
If we want to switch our tower camera right there, I know we've got Matt tuned, but can we switch it over to either the stadium camera or the station camera? That'd be great. I pointed those out to the west, and I want to kind of make a note of something with these storms. A lot of folks think that they can see it coming. This is a rain wrap. Whatever it's going to be is going to have a lot of rain surrounding it, so just be mindful of that. It's not one you can see and then take shelter. You have to take shelter now. That is the key thing, whether there is a tornado or not. There's a look outside of Champaign, just from our tower, studio tower, looking outward. You can't see anything. Look how hard it is to see anything out there. So I don't think we're going to see anything on camera that would be a feature we would normally look for on our tower cameras. We're just going to see rain and get pelted by it. So again, Champaign, Pasodum, all the way to Tolono, Urbana, Savoy, Mahomet, Broadlands. You guys are going to be under the gun, even up to Ogden. So Champaign County, majority of Champaign County, even in DeWitt County, DeWitt County, sorry. And then north of Tuscola, too, we're seeing some of that. So, guys, you got to take it seriously. 45, 74, 57 interchange, and 72 as well. Those are all spots where there's going to be some heavy traffic. Make sure you're taking the time to pull over, get to a safe space. If you're hearing us on stream right now, or if you're seeing us on TV, make sure you get into your safe spaces there across Champaign County. Takes up a good chunk of our county, too. I'm going to zoom in again on some of those towns. St. Joe, Ogden, Willard, Savoy, Seymour, Mahomet is a part of this as well. Sodorus, Pasodum, Ivesdale, and Sydney. And even Broadlands, too, I'd say get in your spot as well. Even Hayes down south of Pasodum, those are the spots that are kind of under the gun. And to the east side of Monticello, east of Allerton. That's where you're going to see some of that, too, into Whiteheath.
Yeah, I think this is a lot of strong wind activity. Again, we can't really see too much in the way of rotation. One thing I want to bring to attention, this is just between both tornado warnings. I know it's kind of hard to tell with the radar as full as it is, but this is kind of around the northwestern Douglas County area out through here. You can see where Tuscola is. I want to bring up a feature real quick. We can kind of see a little bit of this lighter rain right here in front of this stronger core. Let's look at that same spot and then flip it over to velocity. It looks like things are starting to move around a little bit. Look just southeast of Atwood there to the north and west of Bourbon. Again, anytime you see things kind of go a little bit backwards, you start to get a little bit more of that C shape in the wind field and the linear storm. This will be a feature to maybe watch to see if there's any sort of tightening rotation here as it moves off to the east down 36. So just a heads up to a place like Tuscola and anywhere up and down 57. This is just an area to watch when you start to see a little bit more of a notch in the wind field. Again, that's outside of any tornado warning. We go back up here to Champaign County.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything.
It looks pretty broad.
It looks pretty broad, which is some good news. That doesn't mean we're out of the gun. It just means that, hey, we're not seeing as much as we are further to the south. And yeah, I've got folks worried about their kids are getting to lunchtime, right? We've got school in session. We've got people going out to lunch too. Mahomet and just outside of Mansfield, I wouldn't even say Mansfield is not a part of it. Seymour, Whiteheath, and into Champaign. If you want to look out to that side of the county, it's a very big tornado warning. Thomasboro, very broad in nature. Sellers up to Penfield, down to Daly and Royal. Let's go down to Ogden, St. Joe, 74, Mira and Champaign, Urbana, and Savoy. Those are other spots too. Take it down to Homer, Sydney, Philo, and up to Pasodum, Tolono, Willard, Sodorus, just north of Broadlands. Hayes also a part of that too. So I can kind of see where Sodorus and Ivesdale right there, that's kind of where we're seeing just south of town, a little bit of a kink right there just to the west of Pasodum, but there really isn't anything that sticks out.
New tornado warning. That spot we just talked about in Douglas County. There's now a tornado warning including Tuscola and Arcola. I'd have to lean kind of between the two, maybe heading right for Tuscola. So
Okay.
anywhere up and down 57, Arcola, Tuscola, tornado safe spot. That is the feature that is the most interesting by far, I think, right now.
Okay, so we have 2
Heads
tornado
up.
warnings, correct? Just 2?
Yes, looks like they got rid of that one to the south. So Champaign County, Douglas County are in
Okay,
line
it's
for
cool.
this next round.
So this does include Champaign, Tolono, Tuscola, Arcola, 57 down the road. So again, keep that in mind. There's a very wavy look to this line of storms. You're thinking, what does that mean? That means that we could see some of these notches start to tighten up a little bit more. That means we could see some couplets there. Again, tornado warnings, one spot that Seth was talking about, Tuscola, Arcola area. That's some spots to look out. Just to the other side of Arthur, I'm sure Arthur is seeing a lot of strong winds outside of Atwood to the east. That's where you're seeing a lot more of that. Newman, a part of it, Garland, and Oakland, too. Those are all towns within that new tornado warning. I'm going to look at the timing on that. When do both of these end? I would say the tornado warning is there for about 12:30, so that takes us through the noon show. 12:15 for the one in Champaign County. It does include a little bit of Douglas and Piatt County, so there's a timing on that. All radar indicated, nothing has been seen. That's good news. Bad news is, though, we don't know what we're looking at because we don't have a view. We have rain out there. It's hard to see anything, so go to your safe space. Don't go outside to look for it. Go to your safe space.
Yeah, one thing I want to bring up, if we can get me over here on the quad wall real quick. I'm watching this thing right around Tuscola right now. If we can get me punched up here over at the quad wall. This is a feature that I am certainly really paying attention to. You see how things are just kind of starting to curve a little bit. This is right over Tuscola, and our radar is always just a little bit behind on what's actually happening. So if you're in Tuscola, you need to be in your tornado safe spot right now, lowest level of your home, away from exterior windows and walls, because this feature right here is probably the best that we've seen here so far today. Either way, even if there's not any sort of rotation that is going to lead to a tornado, look at these bright colors out here closer to Arthur and Atwood, these pinks, some of these tan colors. That's some strong wind energy. We're talking upwards of 65-mile-an-hour gusts possible as the storm moves on through. But Adam, these are the kind of notches that we really pay attention to, because as we start to get more of that wind punching in, that's telling us that things are tightening up. So heads up, Tuscola, anyone up and down 57. Again, it is not quite noon just yet, but a lot of folks probably on lunch. Schools are happening right now. We want to make sure that you're taken care of and that you are safe here, because this storm looks like it's heading, the area of interest is right over the top of Tuscola.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at some notes people have brought in because we get some on our stream. One person said that it was pretty bad in Arthur with the winds out there, no surprises. And a lot of people are asking about where they're at. Just follow us on WCIA, follow along. So we have that tornado warning still there for Champaign County. Getting some of that trimmed right now. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. Tuscola still under the gun with that one, just outside of Chrisman too. All right, let's pull it back up and see what's going on. Mahomet is no longer underneath that tornado warning. Neither is Seymour. We have Champaign, though. We're probably seeing strong winds there in Mahomet, too. Sellers, Champaign, Urbana, Willard, Savoy, and out there towards Myra, Royal, St. Joe, and Penfield. I think Rantoul is just outside of the area of concern there, but still probably getting some really strong winds, yes?
Yeah, and if we're able to, just in production, can we have a double box perhaps with the Memorial Stadium camera also going, just as this area of interest kind of passes through Champaign, just to kind of have multiple eyes on it, so that way we
So switch it over from the tower cam to...
Yeah, and it looks like I can...
To stadium
get that,
camera.
but just to kind of keep eyes on multiple places here, so that way we can talk to you about the storm on radar while also allowing you to be able to see it in the camera feed here. So there's Memorial Stadium looking off to the south and west. We'll keep an eye on that. Probably not too much we can see with the rain, but as those stronger winds move through, might be able to see some. So just want to have those two kind of side by side here if we're able to, and it looks like we've got that. So continue on, Adam.
Yeah, no, I was just talking about the towns that are underneath that polygon because it is getting into an area that's a little bit more populated too. And around that tornado warning, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-an-hour wind gust radar tornado possible tag on it still. So again, this has been a very busy morning already, and we still might have some more severe weather later for today. Tolono and 45 northward going into Thomasboro. That's probably the area we're seeing more of that. Ivesdale, it looks like you're out of the polygon, but I think whatever's coming from Ivesdale is going to bring some of that. Sedoris, Kitterin, Sydney, Broadlands, Hayes, Villa Grove is in between the two, but I would still take the warning seriously in Villa Grove to Camargo and Tuscola. I'm going to pull up velocity real quick just so we can look around and see what's going on, because again, that's going to really help us to see. Radar tells us one thing, reflectivity, it's velocity that tells us a lot more what's going on in the storm. Starting to see that it looks like Tuscola is probably the more interesting mark to look through right now. That feature you were talking about a little bit ago is pretty much over Tuscola or near Tuscola between Ficklin and Tuscola. 36 there. That's what you're seeing right there. And 57. If you're around that area, make sure you're getting into shelter in Tuscola. I would even say Arcola probably needs to get ready for shelter too, most likely. I think they're also in the polygon as well. Looks like they are. Yes, Arcola is as well, though the main feature is just north of town. Looks like Chesterville, Bourbon, Arthur, and Atwood, all those spots have probably seen a lot of windy conditions too. You're on the back side of the area we're really focusing on. Camargo, another spot, and Hugo. Yep.
Yeah, just if we're able to, I've got an IDOT camera up. This is a still camera, so it's not anything live, but this was the last picture updated. This is in Tuscola, looking south on 57. Very dark clouds have obviously taken over. You can't tell too much here if it's not a live camera, but I'm going to kind of keep my eye on this, see if anything worth seeing kind of passes through here. But we do have some sort of eyes, even if they are just a little bit behind. This was an image taken 9 minutes ago, so this was well before anything was moving through. But in Tuscola right now, it's probably getting a little bumpy there with that strongest area of rotation. So just wanted to keep people updated on that. That is what it looks like there from the IDOT camera. I'll see if I can get an updated image here in the next couple minutes.
Looks like you can hear the wind here in Champaign. I think it's crossing us right now in terms of where the worst of it is. Sydney, St. Joe, Villa Grove, Broadlands, those are other spots to watch out. But right now here in Champaign, here at WCIA 3, we can hear the wind along with the rain as well. Haven't heard as much lightning lately, which is maybe a good sign. But we're definitely going to see, keep watching this as well. All right, let's pull that tornado warning spot back up just again because people are asking about Thomasboro. Yes, you are still under that tornado warning, and that is until 12:15. And the newer tornado warning down to the south, that is until 12:30. It does include Brockton, Oakland, Sargent, Hinsboro, Hume, Newman, Camargo, Tuscola, Bourbon, and Arcola. Make sure you are getting to your safe spaces right now if you are in these polygons. I know there's 2 spots to look out for, but there's a lot of features to look out. When we have these lines, they can settle down and they can pick back up. Looks like they picked back up again. So
yeah,
this is busy.
And if I'm able to, Adam,
yes,
let's bring things over to Max 1 real quick.
Max
I want to kind of show you guys what's going on here. That is your area of rotation just south and west of Tuscola. Take a look at that. Memorize where it's at. I'm going to move over to reflectivity now, and look what happens in that spot. It's covered in rain, so don't expect to be able to see anything.
You will not see it.
This is covered in rain, unlike the storms we had earlier where it was off on its own. This rotation has sustained itself in that wind field, regardless of the rain going over the top, so you will not be able to see anything as it is approaching you, which makes it all the more urgent to be in your tornado safe spot. You need to be there absolutely right now in the Tuscola, Arcola area, but off to the east, Camargo, out there towards Hinesboro eventually. Now's the time. Get to your safe spot. You will not be able to see this thing as it moves on through.
Yeah, right now we are actually cutting into the noon show probably pretty soon here. We have 2 tornado warnings, and they're going to be with us through the noon show, so we're probably not going to have it still. Have Mitch on standby just in case, but so far we've got nothing to really talk about except for the fact that we've got these warnings here, and we haven't heard any reports of anything from these lines yet, or this part of the line just yet, but it looks like Champaign and Tolono, Tuscola, Arcola are kind of on the edge of where the strongest winds are, and it's those notches we're watching out for. So there's that notch right there. I'm going to zoom into Tuscola real quick because it looks like it's going to the other side or right along 57 right now. You got to be in your safe space if you're at Camargo and West Ridge. Tuscola, hopefully you've taken the same because, again, it doesn't take much to kind of quickly have these storms evolve right there at that micro level. Villa Grove and Fairland, those are spots that also need to be there as well. You may be in between the 2 warnings, but those are 2 warnings that you don't want to be a part of. I'm going to take it back up to Champaign County only because Tolono looks like the only spot where we could see maybe some rotation there. It doesn't look as impressive, but that's probably why we still have that tornado warning in place on 45 crossing, getting close to Philo too. As for Champaign, looks like we're getting the wind. It was pretty strong here for a minute. Now it's starting to die down a little bit more. Seymour and Mahomet, you are out of the tornado warnings. And it looks like Thomasboro, just to the north, you're having some of that as well. So a reminder, we have these tornado warnings coming into kind of a good part of our viewing area, or a little bit more populated part of our viewing area right now. And we're going to take these very seriously. We've been taking all the severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings very seriously throughout the day. So there's your look right now. You can see the strong winds coming in too. Even if you zoom quite out, you can see just a big wall of wind from Bellflower all the way to Sullivan and Windsor. So again, this is one of those where you got to take these warnings seriously, folks. Until 12:15 in Champaign County, down towards Douglas County, that is until about 12:30. So just keep that in mind. Any updates, Seth?
Yes. So what I'm going to do here real quick, if you all give me time here just to set it up, I'm just going to kind of walk us through what we're seeing out here with this storm. That is moving right through the Douglas County area. I'm just going to go ahead and do it here from full screen. So what I want to do is take this polygon, draw it from right where we're at in Tuscola, extend it out to the east for the next half hour or so, and we'll be able to see some locations downwind of this thing. So it's moving east at 45 miles an hour. It is going to be right into Camargo here in the next 6 minutes, and looking down the line, Murdoch at 12:07. You got a little around 10 minutes. Newman, if this thing holds up, going to be out there around 12:15 or so, and if this stays together all the way out there as we get into parts of Edgar County, we could be looking at Hume and at Shiloh as well. So just wanted to draw that out for anyone downwind of this thing. Whether or not it holds its rotation, there is still clearly some strong wind energy here with this system. So next up, Camargo, as this thing marches down 36, eventually out there towards Newman. That is the main area of rotation. But like you said, maybe there's something trying to go on around Pasodum to Lono as well. Not quite the same signature that we have down here to the south. It sure looks like things are okay here right in Champaign-Urbana itself. It doesn't look like there's anything too worrisome moving right into town here. So despite being in that tornado warning, it's just standard severe thunderstorm stuff right here in town. But continuing to look up and down this line, really our only main areas of rotation, just kind of right there between Tuscola and Tolono, just kind of two broad areas. The south one's not broad at all. The north one a little bit more flat, but that's what we're tracking right now.
Yeah, so those are the two spots. You can kind of see those waves right there, and the wind behind it is going to be pretty strong if it reaches the surface, and it looks like it could. So far, everyone's been asking, I've seen on our chat too, whether we've had any confirmed tornadoes. We've had nothing confirmed for a tornado on the ground just yet, so that's some good news too. When you get these twist-ups or these little like kind of couplets that form, sometimes you can get them really quick. They don't last too long typically, but there's still something to keep in mind, and it's the strong wind gusts too that are also a concern. We're starting to see a lot of those warnings get trimmed back. So Mahomet's pretty much out of the picture for that tornado warning. I'm going to zoom it in a little bit more. So just outside of Mahomet, so Bonneville's still a part of it, but not Mahomet or Seymour. And then we've got Whiteheath too as well. Just kind of a big Boeing kind of look to the storms. And if you want to pull up reflectivity, I'm going to pull up reflectivity. That's going to show really that they're all associated with just how strong the winds have been. So there we go. Base reflectivity showing just a kind of a big Boeing section along this. That's where we're seeing from Charleston to Camargo, all the way down to Strasburg. Lots of strong winds. Good news is out towards Moultrie County, we're pretty much done with the tornado chances as of right now. We're pretty much wrapped that up. You're on the backside, you're seeing maybe some wind and some rain. It's basically from Champaign to Camargo and Tuscola, all the way to Charleston to Strasburg and just north of Effingham. I wouldn't be surprised if we had a very dark camera there in Effingham right now, looking northward. So there we go. Kind of accounting for that Boeing segment too is those warnings out in Vermilion County. You're good for right now in Danville, but eventually you're probably going to see some more storms even in Paris too. But it's just going to be very quick moving storms too.
Got an updated image on that IDOT cam in Tuscola. Nothing crazy. This was about 5 minutes ago, so this would have been as the storm was moving through. Again, not a live camera, but just a still image here. Can't hardly see much there in that rain. That's why we warn folks, if you know anyone on these interstates, Interstate 57 in this case, anytime a storm's heading through, it is tough to see what's going on. It's tough to see the car in front of you, and that's where problems can enter the picture. And that's just with the rain itself, let alone the strong winds that are probably just moving people from west to east across the interstate there. So that's what it looks like. Last check 5 minutes ago in Tuscola as that main surge of wind was moving right through town there. And that's what it looked like, and probably what it's looking like as we head out east into Camargo, as we approach the noon hour here in Central Illinois. Adam, normally the time we'd be having that noon news.
Yeah,
we're keeping up with these warnings here into the
we're going to keep up with these because these go through 12:30 there in that last tornado warning. So we have Mitchell on standby in case we have any new updates, but as of right now, I haven't seen any big updates in terms of on the ground. We're just going to keep at it with our coverage with severe storms. So there we go. We're seeing that we have Champaign and Camargo, also those Douglas County into Champaign County. More opportunities for those tornado warnings, both of those. Okay, we've got the one that stretches from Thomasboro all the way down south of Pasodum and south of Tolono. That is until about 12:15 for Champaign and parts of Douglas County. Coles, Douglas, and Edgar County. That's the southern one that does include Newman, Sargent, Tuscola. That is until about 12:30. We're going to stay with these until they either expire or get canceled completely, but we've got some time until then. Seth?
Yeah, one thing I've noticed, the latest velocity scan coming in just seconds ago, there is a strong pocket of wind right over Camargo.
Yeah.
Maybe the rotation isn't quite what it was at one point, but these winds have probably kicked up. So anytime you kind of see these white and kind of pink pixels,
right,
that translates to about 70-mile-an-hour gusts. Granted, it's higher up in the atmosphere, but that wind energy might be pushing down here to the surface. So it's a tough go of things here with that strong wind moving right through Camargo. Again, moving right down 36. So Murdoch, Newman eventually in line for that. But these pockets right here, that is where some wind damage can take place. That's where we kind of look out for those strong surges of wind within some of these storms. Even if there is that tornado warning, the strong winds surrounding that area rotation, that could certainly lead to some damage as this thing pushes to the east. Certainly the strongest part of this entire line, without a doubt right now, Adam.
Yeah, what's over by Tolona or just to the east of Tolona has really started to fall apart in terms of the intensity. I don't know if you can see that on velocity, but it doesn't look quite as intense as it did. Some people are asking about Tolono. Again, we're kind of on the backside of that part as you go to 45 on Tolono, but now we're kind of focusing more on that spot there towards Newman. As
got a report from Champaign County EMA. Tolono is without power right now.
Tolono does not have power. Tolono EMA saying that they do not have power right now. So our friends in the newsroom, hopefully you heard that and you saw that. So Tolono is without power.
So definitely not surprising. And we kind of talked about Tolono, where there could have been an area of rotation earlier. Also, where some of these pink colors have been in place. That's what that strong wind energy is going to do. It's going to knock down power lines. It's going to make tree limbs fall potentially onto roadways. So this bright pink stuff is certainly something to pay attention to. It may not, jump off the screen the same way these kind of couplets do when we get these tornado warnings issued. But this strong wind energy is going to be moving through. Again, it just moved right over 57. So we'll have to kind of keep our ears open to see if anything happened as that moved across the interstate. But certainly a very strong storm starting to move through here. And these morning storms have had quite a bit of kick to them. I mean, we've talked about how there's potential for more storms later in the day. These storms are no slouch at all. We've had several tornado warnings and definitely gusts upwards of 60, 65 miles an hour.
Like we said, whatever happens this morning will impact later for today. And right now they're making their impact known for this morning, more intense than we previously thought they would be. So Oakland, Newman, Tuscola, and Arcola are still all underneath that tornado warning that is until 12:30. And again, Tuscola is on the other side of this right now. They're still within the warning box. So is Atwood and Arcola. So keep that in mind. But we're still going to watch as we go forward in time. This is until about 12:30. And Champaign County, let's move back northward, still trimming some more of that. It looks like Champaign and Urbana pretty much out of the gun for probably just seeing strong winds right now. Even then, I'm looking at our camera, it just looks like it's wet out there. And it looks like the worst of it's all going along, trucking along 74. Sydney and St. Joe still a part of it too. Oakwood is in Vermilion County, but you are under that TOR possible tag with that severe thunderstorm warning. So Penfield, Royal, St. Joe, you're probably seeing some strong winds right now. I'm going to take a look and view where our reflectivity or velocity is too. We have to go back and forth between the two because reflectivity tells us one thing, velocity tells us something completely different. So not seeing anything that sticks out between Tolono and Sydney. Maybe there might be something right there near Philo, but I'm not seeing anything that's really sticking out too hard. I think the one that's really still of interest is near Camargo. Getting some strong winds regardless between Villa Grove and Camargo. That's the spot we would watch out for a tornado. Not super tight, but that is a notch worth looking at right now. And again, those winds are pretty strong, probably through Hayes, Tuscola. If you're driving on 57, maybe pull over and get to a safe spot right there. It's really intense at times with those strong wind gusts, especially coming out of Douglas County going through Tuscola. So keep that in mind. Seth, you got something for us?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of dive under the hood a little bit with that area that we're watching here that's past 57 heading out there towards Camargo. Again, we look at this thing. We've been showing you pretty evident strong winds, pretty evident areas where there's rotation. Look in this mess right here, how dark the colors are, the reds, the pinks, heavy rain, and then we're going to put our little velocity scope here right over the top of it, and you're going to see in that heavy rain is where these strongest winds are. So we've got a gust, according to our velocity product here, if we put the little tool on it, 66 plus miles an hour there in the strongest winds as that is moving down 36. Again, this is a little higher up in the atmosphere, maybe not completely transitioning down to the surface, but this is along, again, right down 36 heading towards Newman. Strong winds embedded within some very heavy rain. So that makes for a little bit of a dangerous situation. Anyone caught out there on the roadways, especially a busy highway, that could be a little tricky here during the lunch hour. So just make sure if you know of anyone or if you yourself are thinking about heading out somewhere here during the lunch hour, now's not the time to do so. Strong winds, possible rotation, close to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And again, that is all buried in rain. You're not going to be able to see the leading edge of this thing. It'll just turn from dark to storming in an instant. So that's kind of the stuff that we're dealing with this storm, Adam. This one's been far more coated in rain and a lot harder to see as it rolls on in.
Yeah, I would say that right now, at least Champaign, we're getting a better view right now than we had earlier on. So that's some good news. But yeah, it's we haven't really had much of a break since about 9 o'clock, even before 9 o'clock this morning. So it's been quite the time to talk about severe weather. Champaign County still within that tornado warning. That is until about 12:15. We got 10 more minutes, and then 12:30 on that Douglas County one. Haven't seen any more opportunities to see if there's going to be any more extension out towards Vermilion County just yet, but it's still worth watching that Camargo area. There, we trimmed it a little bit more. That's some good news. Champaign, you are out of the tornado warning right now. That's good. Now it's just St. Joe and Ogden and Homer. Those are the spots you have to watch out for right now. Along 74 and 150 going through there to Homer, Sydney, St. Joe, Royal, Sellers, and Philo and Mira. Still a part of that tornado warning, but I got to say it's not looking as impressive as it was.
Yeah, we really haven't been talking too much about that Champaign County one because for a while it hasn't really looked too worrisome to us. There's some strong winds in there. There's some heavy rain, don't get us wrong, but the tornado warning part, it brings some urgency, but I think we're just dealing with some strong winds through that red line that you're seeing there. So I think that is the primary focus here. I am seeing something on the Weather Service chat page. I want to make sure I'm understanding what's happening here before they do anything official. It looks like they might be canceling one of these warnings here in just a moment. It says
tornado warning in Douglas?
Yeah, tornado warning for north central Douglas. Okay. So maybe they're just going to trim it. I'm not sure.
I think they might be trimming
looks
it.
Like yet. So I think they're going to kind of.
Because part of that's also in Edgar County too. So I think they're going to trim it back. We'll have to wait and see what their next update is. But there's Newman, Oakland still under that tornado warning too as well. But at least we have some trim back there. So 57 westward basically. You're starting to see just the strong winds right now. Eastward, we're still tracking the storms. So that's kind of my pull to show where everything's at, the needle where everything is at right now. Some strong winds, not looking as strong out towards Newman. Still a little bit of broad rotation, if any at all, between Murdoch, Newman, Broadlands area. Again, still something to keep an eye out for as we're moving forward in time. And as we start seeing these move into Edgar County and into Vermilion County too. So really, the strong winds are going to be a concern too moving forward. But it is definitely a day to keep an eye on the radar. Definitely an eye to keep it with us here at WCIA 3 as we keep moving things forward, but no big new updates, which is good news. Again, these tornado warnings, I think Tuscola is going to be trimmed here pretty soon. We've got that tornado warning. We'll pull up the warning boxes real quick so you can see what's going on. That is going to be until 12:30 for Coles, Douglas, and Edgar County. We might see that Douglas County part get kind of trimmed a little bit more, keep it for Coles, part of Coles, and into Edgar County, and then further north up towards Champaign County. That is until 12:15, so we've got roughly about 7 more minutes before we start to see this completely taken off, but it's already been trimmed pretty well. Even Mahomet is outside of the severe thunderstorm warning, so is Champaign as well, and Willard Airport, though you still have some rain out there, so if you're heading off to the airport, expect delays, that's for sure. Tolono also looking out on the other side. We've got that report. Tolono doesn't have any power right now. And the only thing we've really seen about tornadic in terms of pictures or anything is maybe there might be an opportunity. We heard a report, at least I should say, out there towards Taylorville, west of the high school. We might have seen a funnel cloud out there. So that's about all we can confirm right now. There really hasn't been much in terms of that. Just seeing a lot of things on radar. There's a look at Effingham. If we want to pull that up real quick in the booth.
I just want to illustrate a couple of things. So that's the view of a storm, the southern part of this line that is now in the Effingham area. You can see the leading edge of that. If we're able to, can we bring up my radar now too? Just kind of watching the southern end of storms. The focus has been primarily up here, closer to Champaign and Douglas County here for a little bit. But we see this long line moving through. Definitely some strong winds embedded within this. But let's just kind of dive in again and look at velocity. It's a really far reach here from the Lincoln radar, so not super representative of what's happening at the ground, but you just got to kind of watch out for anything that may be trying to happen along that line, see if any sort of notches try to figure their way out. Again, this is so high up on the radar's scans that this is just such upper level stuff, but we'll be able to have a good view of that thing going through Effingham. So if we're seeing any kind of surges of wind or any sorts of rotation, again, we're just kind of watching places that might try to tighten up here at some point in time, maybe closer to Neoga area, closer to Sigel. Again, high up in the radar, it's hard to take that data and translate it to the surface for much, but some strong winds. I'm starting to see just a little bit in the way of maybe some notches trying to form on the southern edge of that storm. So I'll be keeping an eye out for that, Adam, and we'll get back to these tornado warnings up here in the northern part of the area.
Yeah, we've got about 5 more minutes left on the Champaign County one. Haven't heard anything yet on whether they're going to extend that or not, but it looks like they're going to cancel that warning for Coles County, and it looks like canceling it for Douglas County too. So hopefully that's some good news that we're starting to see kind of there it is. It's been trimmed there for part of Douglas County really, and into Edgar County for that tornado warning down there towards Newman, Hume, Brockton, Oakland, or Garland, excuse me, and Sargent. I'm going to pull up a little bit more of the opportunity to see the velocity real quick. So let's see. Let's look at velocity and see what we can see. Good news is we haven't seen anything on the debris tracker, no CCs, drops, which is great news. Really seeing some broad notches right now between Newman, Broadlands, and south of St. Joe. Just a lot of wind. That's a lot of it, especially out towards 57 and Tuscola and Arcola. Nothing that sticks out really at the top of a hat. Maybe Broadlands, maybe Ogden, but again, nothing that's just like, bam, I know exactly what I'm looking at right now. I kind of have to squint at it and double check it, and it is there. But as Seth mentioned before, down south, it's just at that point, it's hard to really tell what's going on. You're so far up on the beam for satellite, for radar to see what's going on.
Yeah, and if we're able to, again, let's bring up the Effingham camera, just kind of give a look at it. Here's the leading edge of it as it is passing on through. We'll get that loaded up here in just a moment, but we'll be able to see this storm as it's moving out there closer to the Effingham area. And you can see a little bit of we'll call it a lowering there, just kind of some features to look at here, especially where we have a live camera. Don't want to ignore what's happening here on the southern end of this line, because that's still kind of the area where there's nothing out in front of it. It's just that line and nothing else to the east of it. So it's going to have an uninterrupted environment to be able to kind of do what it wants. But we're just kind of watching features like that. This is looking straight off to the west in Effingham. If we kind of pan things to the north and west, you can just kind of see, it just looks like that leading edge is passing through, just kind of looks rainy out that way. But keeping your eye on features like that, just because, you know, this is where things could start. We just kind of zoom in on it a little bit here. And again, there's just some motion happening. I'm not alluding to anything urgent here, but just watch that part of this line, because that is where maybe we could start to see some action pick up down along 57 between a place like Effingham and up to Mattoon perhaps. So again, I'm watching that, but we'll get it back to you, Adam.
Yeah, quick thing. Looks like the tornado warning is going to expire for Champaign County, so that's the good news for our Champaign County residents. From St. Joe, Broadland, Champaign's already out of it, so is Urbana, but it looks like Tolono is also out of it too, so it looks like that's going to be allowed to expire, which is some fantastic news. Still have that tornado warning down to the south. That is until 12:30 for the Edgar County, Douglas County area around Newman. Murdoch, I think, seeing a lot of strong winds right now, most likely. Wouldn't be surprised by that at all. And I'm kind of keeping my eye on that spot that Seth was mentioning a little bit ago, just because it does look interesting. I'm not sure if I'm seeing exactly, you know, the mind plays tricks, but so far I'm just seeing, yeah, there it is, a better view. A little bit.
A broad lowering.
A broad lowering, yeah. At first I was like, that's not what it is, but I can see some inflow happening right now. That's about it. All right, looks like it's going to get wet there in Effingham. Let's take it back to me real quick, and what you'll see is that Murdoch, Newman, that's where the strongest winds are going to be right now. A little bit of broad rotation between Broadlands and Newman, but right now I just want to see how long they're going to keep this tornado warning up. And it looks like, as of right now, as I mentioned before, the tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire there over in Champaign County. So that's some good news, too, as we have some of these updates. But very, very big area of wind outside of the tornado warning. It's kind of a broad brush you can see of severe thunderstorm warnings. You can see those patches of yellow mixed in, bringing that opportunity for just strong winds to continue on. I think southern Champaign County is seeing a lot of it into Camargo area, towards Piatt County and into northern Moultrie County. Probably seeing the best winds right now within those areas, straight line winds too. So just be mindful of that it's not fun to be outside either. If you're going out to lunch, maybe hold off on that. There's Broadlands right now, Newman, Hume, and Sidell, Jamaica. You're kind of outside of that area too, so keep that in mind. Ultimately though, we're going to keep an eye on this till 12:30. That is when the tornado warning ends there in Douglas and Edgar County. So we're going to keep that kind of train rolling. We still have to stay with this storm. That's kind of our policy. Stay on the air for it, but it looks like at least we're seeing a break right now. Don't want to knock on wood, make sure we're doing okay. But
yeah, at the very least, still with these storms, there's some blinding rain probably falling.
Yeah,
I mean,
not a time to go driving.
You know, especially up and down 57 between Effingham and Mattoon, you're not going to be able to see anything. I'm seeing some of the highest reflectivity values you've seen of the day. These reds, even these pinks. Blinding rain with those strong winds, it is going to be hard to travel on any sort of roadways here. So that's the situation down there along 57, just all up and down this just intensely bowing line. And it looks like things maybe not quite as intense up there to the north as what it was at one point. But I'm telling you, Adam, this stuff down here to the south, it's starting to pick up a little bit. And we may see kind of a handoff to some of the stronger storms down this way as we continue here over the next 30 to 45 minutes or so. So just kind of keep a heads up, even though you're outside of warnings in the Effingham area. Some strong thunderstorms about to push through. Same situation out there in Toledo. Charleston getting in on some action now. Just some strong.
Is that more west or southwest you're looking at there in Effingham?
This is more southwest now. I'm just kind of following that feature that passed over.
Yeah, it's not as
Not what
impressive.
it once looked like it could be, but we'll keep an eye on it for you.
But I just know that it's moving. It's booking it. That's for
Yes.
sure. It's pretty quick moving. That's for sure. Looks like somebody is pushing it along. The winds for sure are. Let's take it back to that tornado warning, though, real quick, because that's the main reason why. Really, that's a small little polygon right there that does include Newman. That is for a tornado warning there for Douglas County into Edgar County. It includes Hume, Murdoch, Newman, Sargent, Brockton. There's a little bit right there, maybe towards 49, but not really. We've seen more impressive stuff from the same area earlier on out towards Tuscola. So a lot of strong winds towards Villa Grove, Camargo, Tuscola, Hayes. Remember, Tolono has reported that they have been out of power there, so just keep that in mind. Just a busy morning already, too, and we're not completely done yet. Even after these storms move out of here, we've got the rest of the day to continue on to see what happens, though. But it is a windy day in central Illinois from some of these thunderstorms. And again, we are going to keep with this until about 12:30. We get about less than 15 minutes before we start to see an end to this tornado warning there in Edgar County and into parts of Douglas County, too. It does include Metcalf, Hume, Newman, Murdoch, Sargent, Brockton, Garland. So again, that's the kind of little polygon that we have. And to give a broader view, lots of strong wind out of this from Champaign southward in Tuscola, just to the outside of Charleston. You're probably getting some strong windy conditions too as well. And again, once we get to Charleston, to Effingham, to Hidalgo, those spots were kind of hard time to see on the radar too. So a little bit iffy pockets right there too. Seth, you got anything?
Yeah, if we just want to bring up that Effingham camera again, I think I should have it loaded in. Just kind of watch the motion of these clouds in the sky as they move from west to east. I mean, this is some fast-moving stuff. I mean, this is just moving right over the top. You've even got kind of like that blue tint to the sky, just ominous as it moves on in. But there's some serious wind energy aloft. It's just pushing these storms right along, and Effingham is soon to get in on that action. Just lots of intense wind energy, just tons of rain built into this stuff as well, too. Like I said earlier, just blinding rain from Effingham all the way through to Mattoon, and that's just kind of what the overhead sky looks like as stuff is just ripping through. You can tell there's a lot of shear in the air on a day like today. The one thing I will say is, you know, these storms, hopefully it's going to be able to push any sort of unstable air south of us here for later on, still kind of figuring out how that's going to happen later. But even though this first round has been rowdy, let's hope it's enough to kind of prevent things from getting a little nastier later in the day, but we'll update you on that.
That's the hope. We'll see if that pans out, but that is the hope. Again, did turn out to be a little bit more rowdy than we anticipated to with these storms. We're still keeping an eye on that tornado warning, as is the policy there for it, but Newman still seeing a lot more of that wind trucking through parts of 49 right there. You might be seeing it in Newman in town, Murdoch, Longview. They're probably the best spots to see some of the strong winds, but the good news is at least that kind of the rotation not as impressive as what it looked earlier on. So just keep that in mind, but we're kind of seeing, it looks like it's gone. Tornado warning looks to be gone.
And we're in kind of a state of flux right now in the middle of the noon show. So we will just kind of chat here. We also have Chief Meteorologist Kevin Leidy in here as well.
Yeah, we do.
It's been a little bit of a busy morning. And welcome to the show, Kevin. I know you've probably been following along with some of the stuff that we've seen. We'll just kind of have you, let us know your thoughts and what's happening out there.
Well, I'll just say, I mean, I literally just drove through this, in the last, 10, 15 minutes from Mahomet. I was literally dropping off my son at school. I don't think I ever thought I would ever be dropping him off in the middle of a tornado warning, but that happened. I will say that the Champaign County tornado warning did have me scratch my head a little bit. I mean, I just got to say, I was, there was maybe a little circulation maybe down in the southwestern corner there, but I know a lot of people took shelter. I was getting texts from all kinds of people. Obviously, that warning is gone. You can come up, all is good. But when that came through, there must have been just barely a little, these are one of those things where you get the scan, you got the circulation, next scan, it's gone. And so that's what kind of prompted that. That's the kind of scenario we're in here. This is not your classic tornado on the ground for 30 miles. This is very different. But I will say that those of you down in the Mattoon, Charleston area, Ooh, you guys are getting hit pretty good there. More into the Charleston now, but that is a severe thunderstorm warning with what is known as a tornado possible tag associated with it. And so, yes, could you get that circulation? That's the view from Charleston right now, and it's coming down. Look at everybody out there. They're going to lunch. They're out and about doing their thing. But boy, driving rain. I will say this on my way in as well. Noticed a few stoplights that were in what's known as kind of the flashing red mode. Always treat those as a four-way stop. I encountered that in Mahomet and also in Champaign. So that can sometimes happen from lightning or maybe some wind or whatnot. But that whole line there that's coming from Effingham into Charleston, I mean, that's an intense line. Right now, the biggest concern, damaging straight line winds along that, okay? That's the big threat. But we just got to watch. Anytime those reds and greens are next to one another, that's the circulation. That's where sometimes you might get a little spin up there. But oftentimes, this is one of those 3 to 5 minute tornadoes. I mean, they don't last long, but we have to look really carefully. It's like, we're taking the x-ray here and we're kind of looking deep into the storm to see where is that circulation? Just where could a tornado spin up? The Weather Service, I mean, they've got their hands full today trying to warn along that entire line to try to figure out, okay, is there something there or not? We're using our cameras that we have here. We're using the radar that we've got here to try to determine exactly how things are kind of panning out. But so far, you know what? I mean, have we heard of any damage, guys? I mean, I've been kind of checking.
Yeah, the only
few things.
The only thing I saw earlier was in Christian County, that first tornado warning of the day.
Yeah.
There's some tree damage over the roadways. Aside from that, power outages.
Power outages mainly.
But nothing.
Hail reports.
Nothing of actual structural damage of any sorts that I can come across.
Which is great news. We've had all of these warnings. We've had 4, 5, 6 tornado warnings. We've not heard of damage. That line was intense. We've not heard anything. Now, again, some of those reports will lag a little bit behind, and it takes some while. People are obviously going to go out in the middle of the storm and assess their damage yet, but that's something that we may hear about, in the coming hours or so. But so far, we haven't heard anything big. We hear about the big things immediately. It's kind of the smaller things that sometimes pop up a little bit later. That's your view in Effingham. Again, there's the lightning there also showing up. I got to tell you, the lightning with these storms, prolific, frequent, constant. Those storms cranking up, and the lightning is pretty widespread across the area. And we're finding, again, storms that are definitely still quite intense here. And maybe we've got another report coming into us here, Seth.
Yeah.
What are you hearing over there?
We got a handful of reports here. So over in Douglas County, EMA said a semi caught by wind on 57 and rolled over. No injuries reported on that. Also, no power out there closer to the Hayes FS, it looks like, and out there towards Meadowview. Tolono, completely without power is what we've heard. All no power is what we've heard on that. Shelby County, I should say, no damage reports. Maybe lightning strike to an electrical pole in Tower Hill. Firefighters are on scene checking that out. So that's the latest that we've gotten from the newsroom as far as reports in the area.
And some of those power outages could have very well been from lightning and not wind. With how many lightning strikes we've had, thank you, Amanda Brennan, getting us some information there from the newsroom. Folks around here doing their thing, gathering up stuff. This is one of those all hands on deck kind of things when you've got a day like today. But again, these power outages that could have been from the lightning. I mean, I don't know if you guys have done like a lightning counter on these, but I mean, it had to have been, maybe in the thousands for kind of the area of how many lightning strikes we've seen. But again, it's 12:24 p.m. here, normally in the middle of the noon newscast. If we can, we'll switch back over to the radar here for a second and just talk about this line that stretches here from Effingham into Coles County. Going to be nudging its way there into Cumberland County here before too long. So green up and you get down there and you're going to find some stronger storms with those winds. Edgar County there. Look at that lightning.
Lots of lightning.
Look at that lightning, folks. I mean, it is just, each one of those little icons is a lightning bolt there. And you can see just how far and widespread all of those have been. And obviously concentrated right along that line. But it is, nobody is left untouched with the lightning there. So that's why I'm thinking that some damage may be occurring as a result of, just the lightning strikes that are showing up there. So just in that little box that Seth just drew, what is that? 384 lightning strikes just in that box right there. So if you take that and extrapolate that out, say times 3, you're over 1,000 lightning strikes along that line. So that is pretty incredible there. So very highly electrically charged storms here right now. Seth and Adam, you guys have been in here all morning tracking these storms. You know, all along we've kind of said, hey, this line, all right, we might have some wind, some hail in there. The tornado threat was always kind of, maybe that's going to be a little bit later on, and we're still monitoring things. If you've been following any of our posts over the last few days, it's all been, how does this stuff interact? Rob from the later afternoon storms take away the moisture, the instability? Is that possible? And so now we kind of watch back here for further development. I will say this too, the Storm Prediction Center did update their map, their slight, moderate, enhanced map that we post a ton, and kind of honed it in a little bit more. And now that moderate area is down here, kind of basically Taylorville. You get down here, southwestern Shelby County, Montgomery, Macoupin, Fayette County. That's where we think possibly tornadoes happen later on here this afternoon to this evening. But also notice how they trimmed back that enhanced quite a bit, okay, and continuing to do so. So that's kind of what we're looking at here, guys. I know we're getting ready to wrap things up here with the newscast that kind of ends at noon. We don't have any more tornado warnings, is that
Right now, knock on wood.
Okay. So you guys let me know your out time and kind of all that stuff. This is kind of your guys' realm of things here. But if we don't have any tornado warnings in effect, our policy is to go back to programming. But since we're in the middle of the new newscast here, just kind of following along with that severe line of storms. But we're going to be kind of wrapping things up here for now. But the digital stuff is going to continue. Like Seth and Adam have been on all morning with that. They're going to continue.
3 hours in.
Yeah, there you go. So they're going to be continuing with that as well. So, guys, any other thoughts here before we're going to wrap up in the next 30 seconds?
Nope. I would just say, just because we had storms for today, obviously, there's still that severe threat for later on this afternoon. We have that moderate risk, so keep that in mind. Keep your head on a swivel, and we'll be back.
Real quick before we go, there's a tornado warning over St. Louis right now, so that's the area to watch for the next round here. All right,
we're going to watch that. We'll keep you guys up to date. Again, our coverage will continue on digital, so check us out there. All right, folks, check, check, check. 1, 2, 3. Just making sure everybody can see and hear me okay. We are going to continue our digital coverage here with you. Seth and Adam take a little bit of a break for now. They've been on for several hours talking about these storms, and so we are now monitoring this line of storms that's coming through, basically in southeastern portions of Coles County and into Cumberland County as well. So if you are still with us here, let us know there in the chat. All right, sounds like you guys can hear us. Okay, perfect, sounds good. So we're tracking our line of storms that continue to move through the area here, and mainly a wind damage threat, at least at this point. We've been watching this carefully. A lot of lightning on our storms here. That's kind of been the big thing. You know, the lightning strikes are just, you know, widespread all along this line. But we've got severe thunderstorm warnings. It includes Chrisman, includes Paris, includes Kansas, Redmond, Brockton, Westfield, all of those areas with this severe weather threat. You're looking at the radar here of these storms. And so, again, if you're still with us here, let us know where you're watching from, and we'll kind of hone in on some of these areas and kind of tell you about what's going on with the storms. Green up, you're kind of next. Toledo as well. Casey, Woodbury, Walla Walla. Pretty intense line of storms. Effingham still seeing that strong part of the storm kind of come through at this time. Some small hail, probably in that little purple color that you see there. That's going to be maybe a little bit of pea-size hail. Westfield, just near Ashmore, you guys got hit pretty good. Again, up towards Redmond and now Paris, Grandview, all of you also finding the strong storm. An interesting kind of take on this, if we just kind of put the loop on it, notice the line and the direction it's moving, kind of that south and kind of southeasterly movement on the storms. More of a wind damage threat than anything here as of right now. Some of you asking, well, why is this not on TV? Well, so we have a policy here, and I'll just kind of explain it to those of you. So we go on for tornado warnings, okay? That's, you know, no matter what, tornado warning, we're popping on. We're telling people about the tornadic threat. Severe thunderstorm warnings, we don't want to cover up programming all the time. You know, that's just not how we operate. So there are 20 different places you can find our live streaming coverage. You're watching this right now, right? So we do this for severe thunderstorm warnings. If a tornado warning gets issued in our area, we pop on. But to respect, you know, those who are trying to watch programming and whatnot, obviously we can kind of do both. We can kind of go back and forth. So that's why we're not on TV with this, because we don't have a tornado warning in our viewing area. Now, down here in St. Louis, yeah, if this was our viewing area, yeah, we'd be on TV. But we're not on TV right now. But wow, look at that storm there, starting to take a little bit of a hook. I'm just gonna look at this here for now. St. Louis area, and we got a lot of people, you know, maybe some family and whatnot, friends that could live down there. They're dealing with a storm, tornado warning, and we kind of said all along that that St. Louis area could be an area of concern throughout the course of the day today. And they're getting it, looks like, once again. So the St. Louis area under a tornado warning. Obviously, that is not in our viewing area, but always just kind of like to show what's going on here close by, especially when a major metropolitan area is potentially getting hit by this. So what we can do is, let's see if I can't pull up St. Louis reflectivity. So you got a little something there. Maybe west of University City in the Clayton area, Ladue. So we're going to watch that. Back here at home, though, obviously the big concern with the storms coming through. Let me come back here. Effingham, Woodbury, Greenup. Greenup, you're about to get hit, kind of coming right over the top of you there. All right, just to kind of show you guys what's going on. Again, probably a really good storm. Here's the big wide view. Nothing really happening now in Champaign, Urbana, even in Danville. Monticello, Decatur, things have obviously calmed down quite a bit. But what's going to happen later? And that's what we're going to have to look at is, some of the stuff here for later on. Could we see additional storms that are going to arrive later on? But the threat, going down at least a little bit for some areas, especially north of I-74. But right now, that is a pretty intense storm there. Let's see if I can't pull up. I'm going to pull up our weather cameras here. I'm going to see what we've got. Okay, so that's Springfield. So we'll come over and fire up the Effingham camera, which is getting hit pretty good. So there's Effingham. You can see some lightning strikes. Again, guys, it's at 12:38 p.m. here on this Monday. I'm Chief Meteorologist Kevin Leidy. We've got Seth and Adam in here today tracking that line of storms. Right now, no tornado warnings, but we've got what's known as a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag, which means you could get a little spin-up tornado to occur. That sometimes will happen. But boy, this is just looking at our Effingham camera, and it is coming down pretty good, as you can see. More of that lightning kind of showing up. Let's see if we're going to watch that there. You're going to see those little flashes of lightning. And that's the thing. We've had a ton of reports of, power outages, but those power outages very well could have been from, the amount of lightning and lightning hitting something. I mean, that's definitely a possibility there with these storms. Just kind of looking at things here, keeping an eye on. I'm just trying to look at anything that looks a little off. And so far, I mean, these are just some general storms, severe storms, nothing to, kind of ignore, but it is definitely something that right now, at least the tornadic threat isn't as bad at this moment. But that can change pretty quickly, so we just kind of have to monitor things. But it's coming down really good there in the Effingham area right now. All right, let's come back over to our radar view. Again, thanks for those of you tuning in. All right, so some of you asking about, what could kind of take place later on this afternoon. So here's what we're going to do. And I tell you that I'm going to be kind of doing some of this on the fly here, but kind of bring this to a good radar view so our folks that are watching out there can kind of see what's going on. And I'm going to remove a few things here so you can see the radar a little bit better. All right, boy, storming pretty good there, Toledo. Green up, coming at you. So we're going to watch this here. And I know some of you are asking about kind of later on what to expect. I'm just going to glance at a few things here off camera for a second, and then I will answer your questions about later on. So I'm just looking at some of the newest model data. This was such a tough forecast. It's kind of a messy situation there on radar, as you can see. I mean, the models are still wanting to get more storms going later on. Let me see if I can't get this pulled up. And you got, again, I'm literally doing this with you guys here on the fly, so you can kind of do this right here with me. What do you say? Let me make sure I've got the correct model run in here right now. So this is it's going to be our future track. It's going to be our future track here. All right. And I want to make sure this is the latest run. Okay. So, all right. So here's what the models are wanting to do. Okay, so here we go. I'm looking at this with you guys here at the same time, essentially. So we're all kind of doing this together. Okay, so here's the model run. Here's what's kind of coming through right now. It's what the model kind of had, and it's close, right? So here's what's happening. Storms are going to kind of exit the area here. But we're going to watch down this area here. So see how those, because that's 145, okay? Notice how there might be a little bit of a break here between, say, Springfield, Taylorville. See this area right here? Maybe there's a break of things. Maybe there's a little heating that takes place, okay? And so what happens is, 2:30, you start to see these other little cells begin to develop. Now, look up here, Champaign. Not much going on, right? Look how everything's kind of south of I-74 and I-72. This is now about 415. Look at these guys down here. Montgomery and Macoupin counties. Look at that cell right there. South of Christian County. That's one that's interesting, around 445. But we get these, they're really close. Look at the areas down here. Not so much Champaign, not so much Danville, Watseka, okay? Down here, this is where some of the better ingredients could be for storms later on. So I look at, you know, Coles, Shelby, Christian, Fayette, Effingham counties. That's the latest on that model there. So that's still what's to come. Right now, this kind of pushing off to the east, maybe a little bit of a break, 2 o'clock, and then we see these storms firing around, you know, 3:30, 4, 5, 6 o'clock. But notice how it's a lot of the, you know, the worst stuff maybe across our far southern counties. That's how things look right now. Okay, folks? It's going to be a close call. So this is really lines up with what the Storm Prediction Center is thinking. So if we look at their outlook, and give me a second to pull it up, their outlook highlights this area down here, okay? See this red area? Where those cells are moving in later this afternoon into this evening. Christian, Macoupin, Montgomery, Fayette, Shelby, Effingham, ones I mentioned there. It's the moderate risk area. We'll take this full so you can see it a little bit better. But there it is. That red area is, I think, the highest concern. Now, could it get up to the enhanced area? Maybe. You know, I really think that the better area is going to be across our kind of southern, southwestern counties. So that's what we're going to be watching for later on today. Not completely out of the woods just yet with things. So hopefully that answered your question about later on. But let's go back to what's happening right now. And we'll show you the radar. So we've still got severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. I mean, it's still storming pretty good down here. Cumberland County, Edgar County, Clark County, getting ready to come in. Casey. Be on the lookout over there towards Casey. We'll be watching that area carefully here over the next few minutes as that little line comes in. I'm starting to see, maybe there's a little something trying to go on there near Martinsville. Just going to keep an eye. Anytime you kind of get, you know, a little something like that going, you just kind of want to look at things a little carefully. Here's what it looked like on radar. A little something trying to happen. KZ oil field area. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on that area. There are a lot of people who have lost power from today's storms. And that very well could be wind. I haven't seen any kind of confirmed tornado things happening, but this is what I've seen a ton of. A lot of lightning strikes happening along this area here. So the lightning has been pretty prolific with our storms. So this will all fill in here, but you can see all the lightning strikes. Each one of those indicating a lightning strike that has occurred. And anywhere along that, and even back here, I mean, even when you've got a few little lightning strikes in Christian County, it's not even as intense, but along that intense line, all of the lightning that you're seeing here. And those lightning strikes could be, hitting power poles and whatnot and causing loss of power in some areas. We've heard reports of some of that. And why don't we just take a look? What we can do is we can take a glance at some of the power outage reports and see if there's kind of anything of significance showing up. As of right now, I'm not seeing a ton. Looks like Douglas County might have, they've got 205 customers out. I don't know, does that mean that the Champaign County only says 157? So maybe things getting back to normal in some of those areas. But that's what we've got here right now. I will say that, this line of storms that we're still monitoring, still pretty intense. And I'd be watching things down here into Clark County, Casey, Martinsville, Marshall in the next few minutes. Hazeldale, and boy, Green Apple, wouldn't be surprised if you've got a little bit of small hail showing up there. Looks like we just got, let's see here. They continue to trim back the severe thunderstorm watch area, and they might be working on a tornado watch, I'm going to guess. See if I can't pull this up. Here's what is left of the severe thunderstorm watch. Pop up on your screen. Okay. So bear with me here. This graphic isn't fully updated. But that's what's left of the severe thunderstorm watch that you see in that kind of pinkish color there. And that time is not right. Sorry about that. We'll see if what's going to happen is they're most likely going to issue a tornado watch for maybe some of our southwestern counties for some of the stuff here later on. But that is still yet to be determined. The Storm Prediction Center, they issued what's known as a mesoscale discussion. So what's happened here is today is something called an outflow boundary has been laid out. And that outflow boundary can be the trigger in enhancement of further storm development later on today. But the question is, the million-dollar question, how will this evolve? How will additional storms form later on down in this area? Okay, we're going to be literally watching any storms that can get going down here and then eventually move off here to the northeast. Sorry, I just drew 1,000 arrows. So still warnings in effect for Clark and Cumberland and Effingham counties. Or is Effingham out of that? No, they're still just barely still in it.
Just something to pass along if you're interested. I'm seeing someone in the Paducah chat said that Springfield in Missouri, the Springfield Weather Service, has a PDS tornado watch coming. So that just kind of tells you the level of severity later today.
Yeah, and that doesn't surprise me. They actually, I saw a sounding from SGF today. I have not seen a sounding like that in a long time. That thing was cooking with wind shear, just incredible view of that. Feel free to pull that up if you'd like to, because the twisting motion going on there with the back surface winds was pretty incredible. All right, folks, 12:52 p.m., still rocking with you here as we watch this little line of storms still move through, and hopefully, there's going to be a little bit of a break know a lot of you catching a break here right now, you know, Champaign and Monticello and Decatur and even, you know, Taylorville and Shelbyville and Sullivan and Tuscola, you guys in Danville, Paxton, Gibson City. No worries for you at the moment. The only areas of concern are with our storms that's literally coming through Hazeldale, Greenup, Casey, Martinsville to Marshall, Oliver into southern portions of Edgar County, even Paris. The worst is starting to clear your area.
I'll work on drawing up for you, but we have a tornado watch now.
Oh, okay.
Until 9 p.m.
Okay, tornado watch in effect.
All along I-70.
Is it all, I'm just curious, oh, they didn't include Christian?
Nope, just strictly, so let me let that. Okay, it should be current now. Alerts 2.
Okay. So we've got the updated tornado watch here from the folks at the Storm Prediction Center. So you basically, they just tacked on that I-70 corridor, Macoupin, Montgomery, Fayette, Effingham, Jasper, Crawford for the tornado watch. Pink color there is still your severe thunderstorm watch. But again, all of this, and we'll get the question, well, what about Christian? What about Shelby? You know, what about Cumberland? Could they be added? There's always what is known as an extension of a watch, or, you know, kind of adding in counties, and that is always possible. But if you ever listen to the definition of when, you know, if you ever heard the weather radio go off and it talks about tornado watches, or you read the text that comes out, if you look specifically at the text, it talks about in and around the watch area. So, you know, even if you're just kind of, you know, I always like to say, all right, if your county's even just touching the watch, you should always kind of just be on alert just in case. They do their best to kind of, you know, hone in on an area, but things aren't always perfect with how the models set things up. So, yeah, just pay attention, you know, and it's one of those weird things. They do it by county, but, you know, technically, you know, let's do this. Well, Macoupin and Montgomery are in there, but are you telling me the tornado stops at the Christian County line? No. As you can see, the northern part of Montgomery County, you know, juts out there north of Christian County. So southern Christian County, technically. Same thing with Shelby County. So you kind of have to take those with a grain of salt and not just, you know, be so into the county lines there and more about, you know, the area. Storms do not care about county lines, believe it or not. They really don't. So there you go. Tornado watch in effect. Bum, bum, bum. Come back over to radar again. Yeah, everything is going to be highly based upon if any instability can form again after all these storms came through. The models today, I've been trying to say, well, yeah, there might be some, but it's going to be a limited area where that occurs, and I think that's going to be down where the tornado watch is in effect. A lot of water, too. Yeah, I will say, you know, flooding. When I was coming in Champaign, you know, some of those typical areas that flood, but man, there was a lot of water coming down there, and some of that urban street flooding definitely occurring. So severe thunderstorm warnings continue here. We're watching the storms coming out of the St. Louis area. Those may ride along I-70. All is calm in 80% of our viewing area as far as intense storms, and still raining. But obviously the most intense stuff still showing up here, eastern Effingham County, in Seth Bonhoff territory. Still seeing some storms there. And boy, I gotta tell you, I bet there are accidents along I-70 just from the heavy rainfall and all that truck, semi-traffic that takes place there between Effingham, Casey, Terre Haute area. All the, you know, a lot of traffic there. Always hotbed for accidents, especially throwing some weather in there, and it can make it even worse. Right now, these are just looking like general severe storms, maybe even a little bit of hail. Won't be surprised if maybe you get a little bit of hail in there, but as of right now, these are warned for winds and hail, and not so much on the tornadic end of things at this moment. So So what we'll do here is I'll take a little time here. We'll answer some of your questions, maybe in the chat that you may have. Let us know where you're watching from. And yeah, we'll answer that. Somebody actually just made a report of a 2-car head-on collision, Route 45 in the Watson area down in Effingham County. Flooding in Arthur, Mattoon roads are flooded. So if you have any questions, again, I'm looking at your chat here right now. Have any tornadoes touched down? I have not heard of anything. I've not heard of any widespread damage or anything like that. I did see a funnel cloud picture, which was really impressive, I guess west of Taylorville. But that is the only thing I've seen. We'll have to go back and sift through some of my messages to find that. In front of Rock's Advanced Auto Care, says Tyler. Was the accident. All right, raining like crazy here in Watsika. Paris has some flooding. Marshall tuning in here today. Is this storm going to regrow and come back through, or are we done for the day? Well, it depends upon where you are. Again, our southern counties have the best chance for more storms. Lots of rain in Teutopolis. Springfield's good to go and won't see. No, nobody's fully good to go here yet. Another meteorologist mentioned seeing sunshine may not be such a good thing. What are your thoughts? Yeah, if the sun comes back out and we get reheating of the day and that instability starting to form again, it's not usually a good thing. I think Mattoon gonna get crazy later. It's possible. Again, you guys are close. Coles County, you're close, right? You know, I think there are gonna be more storms later. So, you know, it's just a matter of how far north do they get, how intense do they get. We're in kind of that waiting game right now. This is that in-between time we said all along that was probably gonna occur. You know, 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock. Do you get a few hours of heating? Does the instability keep going? Hail in Casey, says Stephanie. Pouring in Marshall. Altamont had some pea and dime size hail. Chelsea, storm anxiety, big today. I get it, but we got you covered. We'll let you know what's up. Thoughts on Sangamon County and the Springfield area later on. Again, Sangamon County, you're kind of close with that next round, especially southern Sangamon County. Can you please explain the conditional part of the storms tonight? So conditional basically is a term that we use in the weather world a lot. I understand it doesn't always translate well to the general public when we say conditional. They're like, well, what are you talking about? So basically, when we use the word conditional, it just refers to if this happens and then this happens, then this might happen. So you have to have, in this instance, a conditional tornado threat only will evolve if we get reheating of the day, instability forming. And you get that as storms clear out of the area. If the ingredients come together, then the conditions come together. Higher instability, sun coming back out, some clearing, reheating of the day, instability, atmospheric fuel, whatever you want to call it. That's the key thing. Here's the thing. Today, if you go out and look at the clouds are just, they're whipping. I mean, they are, okay, and sometimes going at different directions. That's wind shear. We've got a ton of wind shear, plenty of wind shear today. And that's why there was such a lot of talk about today potentially being a very high impact day, if all of the ingredients came together. Because we've got the shear, but the instability, which we had a little bit this morning, okay, if you combine those together and you get that high instability, high wind shear, high moisture, boom, explosive storms in tornadoes. Because of what has happened here so far this morning, robbing away some of that moisture, robbing away some of the instability, robbing away, you at least have a lowering of the overall threat for a more widespread area. But what's going to happen is, are there going to be some areas that might actually clear out a little bit? Look at this back here. We still got a few storms, but some clearing, maybe tries to take place. How do these storms out across Missouri start to take shape? This stuff here? These storms that are just getting going? That's the big question. So conditionally, if all the ingredients come together, you could have tornadoes later on. Trilla, a lot of water, flooded road, hail in Watson. Jessica, so much fun with the tornado warning already in Tolono. Yeah, again, I couldn't believe my phone was going off, and I was like, no, that's not a tornado warning, is it? And it was. And I say that because when we looked at it on radar, and these things are tough to spot. Well, they must have saw something enough to issue that warning, but it was minimal on the rotational side of things. But could there have been something that... All right, just rain and thunder in Martinsville, flooding Tuscola, be careful driving around town. Jasper, Richland County storms, again, just kind of rolling through your area. All right, Dieter, got a little bit of hail. Just lost power for a second in Martinsville. Nothing happening in Charleston, Coles County anymore. You guys are good for right now. Seymour is calm and quiet. Nice rain. So, yeah, again, folks, if you start seeing the sun pop out and, things warming up again, that's not great. So Montgomery County, you guys definitely should be on high alert here later on this afternoon. Flooding in Effingham. Candy, what's the closest proximity you've encountered for a tornado? My hubby and I were in an EF0. So was I. Accidentally. Didn't mean to be. Got a little too close early in my chase career. Sorry, guys, just scrolling back through your comments here. Again, Montgomery County, be on the lookout later on. You're under a tornado watch now. Champaign County, I got to be honest with you, as of right now, the main show is probably going to be to our south. Doesn't mean we're not going to get, some more storms, but I just think things are going to be mainly south of Champaign County. Paris is flooded. Hailing in Marshall. Chels, we got you. Don't have the anxiety. We'll tell you if things are bad enough. Here's the thing, like a lot of times, think about this. You get a tornado warning. It's always kind of my pet peeve about tornado warnings sometimes is, but you have to do it. A tornado gets issued and let's say 12 cities are under that tornado warning. One of the cities is impacted by it and it's really maybe one neighborhood. But the warning goes out for everybody because there's always the uncertainty. Can it turn? Can it do, but I get it. The warnings go off and a lot of people have the anxiety about it. But just to lessen your anxiety a lot of times, and how many times have you been in a tornado warning all your life, right? So while you have to take the warning seriously, you also have to know that sometimes it's usually a smaller area that's impacted. And so if we're talking about you, specifically, and you hear us talking about your town or your neighborhood, that's when you should worry a little bit more. So just something I always kind of keep in mind. I tell people that when they have that storm anxiety. Okay. Yeah, still getting some thunder. Justin would rather be talking about snow. I don't know about that. 5 p.m. in Charleston. It might be storming down there in Coles County at that time. Well, Montgomery County, again, just got added to that new tornado watch, so I'll show that to you once again. Here's your tornado watch. In effect, Montgomery, Macoupin, Fayette, Effingham, Jasper, Crawford. And then again, just to show the SPC's outlook, so their moderate does come all the way up here. Even so, Christian, you're technically not in it, but it's going to be this thin corridor of where will these storms actually form and go. But for the more towards I-70 and kind of this corridor down here, I mean, that's going to be the heart of it, which is kind of one of those weird fringe area things for us in terms of, you know, our coverage. That's like kind of like technically kind of the St. Louis area there, but you know, we've got some people that maybe watches maybe in the northern part of the county, not so much through the rest of the county. So it's one of those weird things for us. Technically, you know, St. Louis kind of covers them, but notice how that area has been trimmed back a ton. The enhanced risk yesterday went all the way up to Chicago, northward, and look how much to the south that's been trimmed back. So I really think that the big area, and look at also the other part of this here. If you look at it, look at the thin kind of layering of slight, enhanced, and moderate. You go about 20 miles and you go from slight to moderate, which is kind of crazy. Just how close the delineation is between those three. So you can see just how tight of a gradient that's going to be in terms of severe weather, where maybe not so much, and then whoa, there could be. So that's just kind of something to keep in mind. What do you think there, Seth?
Got something you can perhaps narrate over. I just got the satellite picture alone on my thing.
Oh,
so
there we go.
I toss that up and just kind of blank on the thing up there at the top. It just shows you where the cloud cover is, and
yeah, that's great. Yeah, so I think, you know, if you look in Missouri and that tornado watch, was that a PDS?
Did they?
By the way.
Come out with it? Let me double check.
So look at that area there, basically kind of south of St. Louis. This is the clearing. This is all, look at all this clouds. Cloud cover, cloud cover, cloud cover. Overcast, sun doesn't come out, doesn't heat things up, instability lacking. Look at this clearing back here. So the storms here are going to fire pretty good. The question is, does this area clear the clouds at all down near the I-70 corridor? And if so, can storms that are absolutely going to fire out here, no doubt about it, will those make it into our neck of the woods or not?
I do not see anywhere where it says
okay.
PDS.
No PDS. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I don't see PDS for.
Okay.
Nope.
Well, that's good. But those storms are definitely going to fire down that way. Yeah, Effingham is under the tornado watch for that later round of storms that is set to move through. But yeah, it's all about, you know, it's all about the cloud cover there. We've said it all along. How is it going to evolve? And now we're kind of in that waiting game. Is there going to be a window enough back here? I mean, back here, definitely. You look how sporadic and isolated the storms are here, and then you compare it to what just kind of came through here. It's a big difference. I mean, it's, you know, still pouring down rain there in Effingham right now. So, hey, maybe you cross your fingers and, you know, we miss it. But I will say this. If you talked to me 2 days ago, you know, I think it was a little bit more of a, all right, you better gear up. Talk to me today, obviously feeling a lot better about things. The exception for our far southern kind of tier of counties, because I think you guys have the best chance. You know, a few days ago it was, hey, could it be Champaign? Could it be, you know, Monticello, Decatur, Springfield, Danville? But now it's more our southern counties in this Effingham, Montgomery, Macoupin, Fayette counties that we're going to be watching. But I wouldn't completely just discount this if you're in Christian, Shelby County, especially the southern parts, because the models are still trying to show something. There maybe. Loop of the storms over the last hour. So the is now kind of clearing our viewing area. Kind of Clark County, we kind of share a little bit there with Terre Haute, but you can see most of our counties now not under any of the warnings anymore, exception there into Clark. So that's kind of how things are shaping up here. So as the storms kind of exit our viewing area per se, and as we kind of gear up for things, I'm going to take a little bit of a break here, get things ready to go for later on, look at some more model data. Hopefully answered a lot of your questions here as of right now. Again, keep checking back here with us. I'll keep the stream going for now. We may end it here and then maybe restart a new one here when another round starts to come through, but I'll leave this up here just for the time being as these storms kind of cut across south of I-70 now. And then we'll be back with you with some updates the later we get into today. So keep checking back and we'll tell you what's up. It's about 1:14 p.m. right now. Of course, we'll be live at 4 o'clock. That'll be our next newscast. But if there are warnings that get issued, we'll jump on TV or we'll jump on back here on the streaming before too long if those warnings get issued. So thanks for joining us here through this morning into this afternoon with our severe weather coverage. We may be back later. Who knows? Maybe things stay just to our south, or you don't have to. But, you know, we're here just in case, and then we'll let you know what to expect. So for now, I'll send you back to the radar, and we'll catch you guys a little bit later.